Hi, guys. I hope you're as excited about City Council tonight as I am. Yay. I know a lot of you are going to be going and hanging out in person. I really wish that I could, but I got small kids, so leaving the house is always a little more complicated than I would like it to be. But if you are looking for something to do later tonight, City Council is not your thing. Something you could do is go to Melanated Mic Night. I'm going to throw some information up. And here is Cody to tell us a little bit about it. Now, if we're lucky enough to attend the event on Friday, the March on Washington, then you got to hear this young man speak. And I tell you what, I am not the nicest person when I'm trying to feel out the motivations of a brand new activist, and I beat up on a couple of his buddies. But Cody made a real impression on me when he got me on the phone. And now I'm like, I think everybody needs to hear everything you had to say, and I'm sorry I was ever curt. So that's about as humble as I get. And I'm grateful that you brought me there with all of your passion. Tell us a little bit about Melanated Mic Night and how you got involved.
Hi, thank you, MK. First of all, my name's Cody. I just want to start off by saying thank you to community who allowed us to buy a generator for Mic Night tonight and our future events, so that we don't run into any more electrical issues. So just a little about Melanated Mic Night. It is one night a week. The location is always chosen the weekend leading up to the event. We try and go into neighborhoods where there are majority people of color, so people that may be hanging out at the park, people who may be walking by can join us. Melanated Mic Night is a night once a week, like I said, that's reserved for people who are melanated. So not a lot of white voices, actually no white voices at Melanated Mic Night. It is a time for our white allies to come and listen to experiences of people of color, listen to our frustrations, our life stories, our grievances with the police, our grievances with the overall system that we live in. It's just a safe space for melanated humans to be their authentic selves and to speak their mind without any judgments, hopefully. Yeah, like I said, it's just once a week, and I hope to see more of you guys there. We are really excited to have everyone show up and listen to us and converse with us after or during. It is just a really nice time to build community once a week. And like I said, thank you everyone for the donations that allowed us to buy the generator that will allow us to keep holding these Melanated Mic Nights once a week. Thank you, MK, for having me come speak about that. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. Can I just ask, though, because I got to say, you put that up really quickly. I saw the fundraiser go up, and I do a lot of fundraising in Denver. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to raise money here. And 26 minutes after you put that up,
$450.
In 26 minutes. That is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. We're going to have to get you to join the junior league and show us how that's done.
I think it was just building trust with y'all and just being really transparent with where all the funds are going. The generator today cost $200, and anyone who wanted money back possibly was able to go get it from Stephanie, the host of the events. And if not, we just said that the rests were going to snacks and water for our future events. So just thank you to community. I really appreciate y'all. I couldn't do any of this without y'all.
Well, we are definitely grateful to you guys, because how much money did you raise to start your own bail fund at the homeless sweeps?
It was $7,000 last week.
You raised $7,000 last week.
Yes, and we got everybody out.
That I am still in shock about. That is an ungodly number. It really is. Like, again, I mean, this is a New York. I did a lot of fundraising in New York City. $7,000 is like, if you're watching this and you're one of my friends who's not nearby, you're like, $7,000. What? $7,000 is really hard to do here. $7,000 is like a class fundraiser for the year at a public school. So this young man who is basically unknown. I mean, and I say that because it's not like we're getting a lot of new people on the scene here in 2020. when amidst all the protesting. So it's been a wonderful thing to have all these new people, all these new faces on board. But you were virtually unknown a couple months ago, and then you just a Twitter account. How can we find you on Twitter?
It's actually a pretty weird name. It's SKR and then 6 E's WOP.
I'll let you throw that link in the chat because I'm not in a position for the webinar to begin, so I can't type in that space yet. But yeah, with a relatively small Twitter account, you were able to get that amplified to the tune of raising $7,000 in about 24 hours. Another $3,000 when a second set of arrests happened at the next day at a sweep.
Yes.
And $450 for a freaking generator. That's like over $10,000 you've raised in less than a week.
Yep.
That is just unbelievable. And not even do a nonprofit to a Venmo account because people trust you that much. I love that. Anyone who thinks that this country's going sideways needs to pay more attention to the people half our age. Cody is, in my brain, you're like 22, but I know you're probably actually older than that.
I'm 24.
You're 24. Okay, a little bit older than that. I was not raising this much money when I was 24, Cody. I probably shouldn't say on camera what I was doing when I was at your age, but you are absolutely winning at life. It's an honor to know you and to amplify what you're going to be doing here. So Melanated Mic Night is tonight at 6:30. Public comment for City Council is from 5 to 5:30, and only maybe 10 people, if we're very lucky and things are expedient, will get to speak. If you have more to say, Melanated Mic Night is a great place to go say it. Head up to Montbello Central Park and look around for Cody, since goodness knows I won't be able to go. Thank you for joining us. And I hope
you so much, MK. And thanks to community once again. I appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. Maybe I can get up there and stream next week.
All right, MK. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank y'all. Bye.
All right. So now we're just getting ready for Denver City Council to get started. I might have a guest come join me in a little bit. And if that happens, amazing. If not, we're not going to worry about it too much. I'm just going to sit here ready and hope that the link actually works. Hey there. Hello. If you guys don't follow the Denver Protest Reddit, this is one of the mods, the Dangerous Yam. I absolutely love that name. It made me so happy because, you know, it is the best bubble tea. There's no doubt. Oh, here we go. I have a lot to say. I don't really have enough places to say it.
You're
so
joining the general comment session for Denver City Council, and we're going to give it a minute here to allow participants and attendees to get into the meeting.
So first we have the public input session for 30 minutes. Anything that does not center on Black Lives Mattering, I will redirect for you. Anything that needs a translation, I'm going to pop it at the bottom of the screen.
City Council will be conducting its meetings via a virtual platform. Virtual participation will allow voices to be heard while maximizing safety in a time of pandemic. To maximize the time for citizen comment, Council will not offer comments or responses. Council or staff can contact speakers following their comment if they raise matters that lend themselves.
You know who else is going to offer comments?
Hey.
How are you doing?
You know, and we'll need to turn on your camera if you have.
Get ready for the city council shenanigans. So we'll see what's going on
today. Council their name.
Awesome.
Once you are done,
amazing.
Good. So yes, public comment session. I can't hear you.
Is needed.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. There we go.
Let me turn that. Okay, we'll try that for a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No? Yes. Okay, good. All right. So I was thinking, you know, I'm a jackass, but there are some things I can say that you can't. And there are certainly things that you can't say on your channel, but you can say whatever you want on mine. And I'm everywhere. So if I can wrap my privilege around you and send you through the airwaves, that be done tonight.
Yeah.
Because City Council, and that's all I have to say about that. Yay.
I mean, I'm here to say whatever needs to be said about the bullshit. It's all good. Everything is on the table right now. So no stress whatsoever.
Christy Makarek. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. In 2019, the Denver Police Department District 3 partnered with community and local businesses to host several youth events that were attended by more than 1,000 students from 5 different council districts. Many students left these events telling our officers how much fun they had and how their experiences positively changed how they viewed police officers. Officers reached out to many community organizations to participate in these events, giving families the opportunity to connect with vital community resource organizations they may not have otherwise known about. Events varied from team-themed events, ice cream socials, scavenger hunts, fun runs, and other sporting type events like Cops on the Court, where Councilman Clark joined our officers, community members, and the Boys and Girls Club for many fun-spirited games of basketball at a park in the Baker neighborhood. We owe our youth the opportunity to have their first experience with an officer be positive and fun, and to see officers as helpers and not just enforcers. The
Who
Denver
happened to
Police
kill Black
Department
people?
has continued to prioritize crime prevention strategies to increase neighborhood safety and community connectivity. In January of this year, more than 60 community leaders from 5 different council districts came together to show their support at the Denver
of white people specifically.
District 3 station. Councilman Kashmann, council aides from District 4 and 5, and many Denver police law enforcement leaders attended this as well. Community leaders came together to show their support for our police officers and the partnerships they have built through DPD's Neighborhood Watch Crime Prevention Program.
To catch more Black people.
The purpose of this meeting was to set goals between citizens and officers for the 20 statistical neighborhoods represented at this meeting, letting officers know what was working well and where our communities needed extra support so officers can better serve each individual neighborhood.
And kill Black people more efficiently with your tax dollars.
In the last few years, District 3's Neighborhood Watch awareness trainings have been attended by more than 2,000 residents across 5 council districts. Officers and neighbors collaborate in the best ways possible to fit the needs of each unique community. To my knowledge, DPD hosts the only officer-led community outreach program in the state of Colorado, where our officers are teaching residents not to use bias when observing and reporting suspicious behavior.
Unless they're
our
blind.
Officers taught from the beginning, it's the behavior, not the person, that we are looking out for. Revisions were made to training
some of us are blinded by black skin.
Based on recommendations given during District 3's presentation to the City Council Safety Committee. These changes allowed our officers considerable time during the Neighborhood Watch presentation to directly educate residents on implicit bias. Officers continue to teach neighbors we all have bias, and we must use conscious thinking in how we observe and report information to the police, resulting in more culturally inclusive neighborhoods. Through this awareness,
if we were to go back through my dating life, Carrie Joy,
how we best
I can't lie, you might see some unconscious thinking in there.
Safe and grow and move forward together.
I hear you, okay.
Safety is dependent on the relationships built with police officers.
It's true.
We must always remember the importance of our youth relationships with our police officers and the vital role this partnership plays in continuing to build a strong and safer Denver for years to come.
By killing Black people.
Council support of the police department is crucial.
Thank you. That's the time we have.
Insane.
But we never run out of time to kill Black people. Sorry.
You never run out of time.
Trying.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Greg Rizzosa, and I'm in Northeast Park Hill within District 8. Today, I'd like to speak about the eviction crisis in Denver, the second fastest gentrifying city in the U.S., and how policing of the unhoused population has been a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
Yeah.
New York City, the states of Utah, Florida, California, and the University of New Mexico have all compared costs of policing homelessness to providing supportive housing and services. Savings were found across the board in favor of the latter. We are talking anywhere from $5,000 per unhoused resident, a 64% reduction in jail costs, and a $149 million saved in spending on jails and healthcare, respectively. A case study from USC found a decrease of 43% over a 2-year period from spending $187,000 for public services for an individual living on the streets to $107,000 over 2 years in permanent housing with support services. I was at the mayor's office the day he agreed to consider sanctioned campsites, but we've yet to see that come to fruition, and we are only a few months away from when camping outside becomes dangerous out in the elements.
It's not dangerous in the summer?
Of Denverites are at risk of eviction. This speaks to a consistent with the systemic issue. Rather than addressing these problems at the root, we've regularly relied on half measures or rested on our laurels with what progress has been made rather than continuing to try and invest ourselves. While the STAR program was introduced earlier this year, we can't just point to it in response to these protests.
Especially when they're getting no freaking money.
Wonder why people are still upset.
Wonder why people are upset.
We should expand STAR to meet the needs of our city and commit to it beyond its pilot period, ultimately making it as independent from the DPD as possible, continuing to follow the footsteps of cahoots in Oregon. While the unanimous vote earlier this year from this council in support of rent and mortgage cancellation during the pandemic was appreciated, along with the $20 million set aside for rental assistance, when you extrapolate the average cost for rent of a one-bedroom apartment and multiply it by the number of Denverites currently at risk of eviction, you'll find that only covers less than a quarter of those tenants for all of 1 month's rent. I've attended multiple encampment suites over the last couple of years, and my question for this council is, will sheriffs and police respond just as violently if people resist being evicted from their homes as they've been at these suites? Last week, I attended the announcement.
Have they proven anything else?
By Denver 10 in Montbello. The speaker who moved me the most at the end of the march was a young man who admitted to the crowd that they were gang involved. He expressed just as much distaste for the killings that occurred in past
Am I going to get you in trouble if I do
also
that?
shared how a sense of hopelessness and lack of community support.
I'm my own person. We good.
Okay, just making sure. I'm my own person too. My husband just ignores me.
I left that evening because by that point, both Mayor Hancock and Chief Payson had left and weren't able to hear this young man for help. It's going to take a community effort to get through this pandemic. Please consider vetoing the budget and decreasing it by 50% and reinvesting that into.
Thank you.
So I feel really bad talking over people if I'm not really sure what they're getting at, because I keep waiting for that kaboom, like I tend to when I write things.
That point.
Silent, then I'm like,
right. I'm also a third generation trade unionist.
You learn that in marriage too.
Organizer.
I'm learning it.
For 4 years, and I currently am an organizer.
That might get me in trouble.
Union. In July 2017, while a member of DMG, I was arrested with 3 other union members for peacefully protesting Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos and the Anti-Worker American Legislative Exchange Committee.
Whoa.
We opened a banner inside the Hyatt Regency, a hotel built using public dollars, and for 30 seconds chanted, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, Betsy DeVos has got to go." For that, I was jailed for over 50 hours. After we were handcuffed, we were held for about an hour in a conference room being used by Denver police to monitor the march taking place outside. Denver cops came and went from the room, often stopping to chit-chat. Sitting there, I overheard officers talking about going on patrols after the protest. Only they didn't call it going on patrol. They called it hunting. Hunting. Council, I grew up hunting white-tailed deer in the I know what hunting is.
I'm from Tennessee. I know what hunting is too.
Killing for sport.
First day of hunting season off every year. It's a school holiday.
Of their job, not to protect and serve,
I was real shocked they don't do that here,
but to
Tennessee.
hunt your constituents. After
They know
hearing
ain't nobody
Denver
gonna
police
show
discuss
up.
hunting members of my community, I lost what little hope I had that the police could be reformed. Such a system does not seem redeemable in my eyes. As a union member, I believe in solidarity and standing up for those being exploited, and that everyone has a right to live and work with dignity and respect. I will not dignify calling the organization of the police a union. Union members don't hunt other workers. The police protection racket has tentatively agreed to a contract with the city, a contract that ensures that they can continue to hunt your constituents with impunity and receive a paycheck in return. Meanwhile, city and county of Denver public workers struggle to make ends meet. The city's minimum wage is far below that of a living wage. Mandatory furloughs are in place, and city and county workers are denied the right to collectively bargain to improve their conditions and have a voice in their workplace.
Kevin Space gets me every single
collective bargaining. But black and brown workers.
At least we have a white man here, like arguing against the police union.
Right.
That feels like progress.
I'm here today as a union member to call the city council to reject the tentative agreement made between the mayor's office and the PPA, and to not agree to any future agreement with the PPA.
Did you see me last week, by the way, when I gave my public input?
I sure did.
Am I the only person that gets up here and like hollers?
Council to cut the DPD and
I've seen it a couple of times, but that was probably the best I've seen in a while, especially since they went virtual.
Actually reduce poverty and crime.
I did like that woman who came in like 3 weeks ago and sang and played the banjo, the ukulele.
Maybe if they do not have their guns,
I remember that.
Themselves as hunters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jamie Landa.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I'm a Denver resident in Council District 7. The Denver Police Union's collective bargaining agreement will be up before the Safety Committee on Wednesday. I urge the council to vote down this agreement.
I'll be streaming
in a time of
that one too. You want to join me on Wednesday?
When many Denver residents are facing unemployment,
like preparing to speak and stuff, but I can in between or like.
Oh, you gotta go
no
be
other
serious.
City workers get this benefit.
I got it.
Workers who keep our city running, from custodians to social workers, will face budget cuts and financial uncertainty. Meanwhile, police officers who sweep and steal from our unhoused neighbors
who harbor white supremacists among their ranks will have the privilege of being exempt from making any sacrifices.
It's true.
42% of our entire city budget will fund the Denver Police Department and the violence they inflict on communities of color and the unhoused community. Even if the police did truly prevent crime, why is 42% of our city budget being spent to prevent crime while so many face homelessness, eviction, and food insecurity? Why is our city budget written to refuse care for so many? The DPD collective bargaining agreement also guarantees all officers a 2.77% salary increase for 2022.
I didn't get a salary
When
increase.
so few will retain their jobs, not to mention receive raises, why are we rewarding those who cause harm?
Right.
You have the power to oppose the CBA, and I hope you will. We are all watching. Thank you.
We're watching, motherfucker.
Yes.
Up next, we have Eric
Commenting
Goodman.
too.
Honorable Council, I'm a District 10 resident, and first I want to say, stop the sweeps. They're illegal, inhumane, and there's plenty of housing to go
Just gonna
around.
leave that there till somebody else
Also,
says
please review the
something.
mayor's budget and totally defund the police and its auxiliaries. In the city of Denver, the state of Colorado, and the United States, state violence or the threat of it undergirds our so-called free market system. The police, National Guard, or military can be called upon at any threat, real or perceived. It is state violence or the threat of it that evicts people from their homes to make way
You
for
know what
luxury
prevents
housing
crime?
or to arrest mothers stealing baby
Security.
formula.
You know what I'm saying? Food on your table, having some access to shelter when the elements are hitting, you know?
Absolutely.
Have its force.
People caring
However,
about
in a
your
wealthy state
well-being.
and the richest country in history of the
crime.
world, all of the resources
All of that.
exist to feed, clothe, house, and educate every individual. All this would be possible except for the capitalist private property, which demands the right to make a profit off our life's necessities.
That's
The
right.
role of the police is to guard the institution of private property from the hungry and the houseless. Councilwoman Sedibaka's proposal to create a peace force could have been a very good reform that imagines a kinder, gentler law enforcement apparatus. Less people go to jail, be killed by armed officers, so more people get social services. These are all positive things. The problem, though, is that the police are an instrument of class rule,
True.
whom the ruling class calls like. The root of the issue is the fact that our society is divided into exploiters and exploited, two groups which are coming into sharper contrast day by day. In Minneapolis, the city council voted to abolish the police department with a veto-proof vote. There, like here, if another state-connected agency will not be safe. If it's systemic violence, you have to look at the system. It's the class system underpinned by the violence of the capitalist state. This is violence by the agents of the capitalist class working against workers in general and Black and Latino people in particular. Another power is already coming into existence, though, an alternative to the police or a peace force. The armed self-defense committees that the workers have set up in Minneapolis should be a model. They should be elected directly by the workers. The armed working class should defend Black people and workers from all attacks. But simply electing officials for an armed force does not solve anything. Right now, sheriffs are elected and they're definitely cops. If we want to solve police violence, we need to back this up with nationalization under workers' control of the commanding heights of the economy. We need to move towards a society from which from each according to their ability and to each according to their need is the only rule. Ultimately, we need a system that doesn't rely on force for survival if we're going to survive as a species. I cede my time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Christiane Begain.
I keep waiting for someone to come back, reclaiming my time.
Thank you for letting me know. Yes, hello, my name is Christiane. I am in District 9, and I don't have anything prepared for you today that's scripted, so I'm just going to tell you my real lived experience working as a therapist. So I work as a therapist in a major public hospital, and I see primarily Medicaid and Medicare patients. And I just want to tell one story of one patient that I had, preserving confidentiality to really illustrate some of the flaws that I see in the current system and where we're missing people and we're failing people. And so this woman lost her son to gun violence, lost her son in it was a mistaken identity, and the murder was not investigated. As a result of this incident, she had a flare-up in her fibromyalgia, which left her unable to work. Her inability to sustain work with her chronic pain was not something that she was able to quickly get disability for. She lost her housing, and now she is unhoused, and her fibromyalgia is horrible. And this is something, she's on the Section 8 housing wait list, as are many of my patients. So many of them are on Section 8 housing wait list. And I just want to speak to you as a human being that this breaks my heart, that so many people are waiting for the chance to have a set of living conditions where they're actually being proactive and they want to improve their mental health, and I want to help them. But what can I really do? How much leverage do I really have as a provider and as someone who deeply cares about these people, my fellow Coloradans, to really make an impact on their mental health when, right before they come to me and right after they leave me, they are, scared and afraid for where they're going to sleep that night and how they're going to get, where they're going to spend their food stamp money, or how they're going to get these basic needs met. And I just also want to mention that I was at the Denver Solidarity Ride yesterday, which was led by Black women, and it was so powerful. And I want to just convey to you all how magnetic and electrifying it was to be around a big group of people riding to the city of Denver, just advocating that we all want to defund the police, and we think that there's a big shift that's happening, and I'm just a commoner. And
she didn't do
I'm
a
part
survey,
of this movement
and she knows
too. I'm not a long time, but I see the ways that the money could be reallocated to take care of people's actual needs that they really have and improve their mental health and their overall well-being. So that's all I've got to say, and thank you for your time.
That was my favorite part of last week when they were like,
Is
she
that
was on Wednesday when she said, you should send a survey.
City Council.
I was like,
For your
okay.
time. I am here to talk about defunding the police, or as I like to say, funds from the police. I first want to ask that you oppose the CBA agreement that will be on the 2nd. I ask this because of quite a few reasons. The first reason is all police were shielded from any furloughs because of their collective bargaining agreement, a privilege not afforded to the rest of our essential city workers. Also, this is a 2-year agreement that mandates a 2.77% salary increase for all officers in the largest department of the city in 2022. However, we see so many structures that are struggling for funding and fighting for funding every day. I, for one, am a teacher. I see this firsthand.
There'll be a roundtable tomorrow.
I ask that we veto an amendment that
just a conversation, just to start.
And that we
I just heard about that. Where will that be?
Giving money to
I think it's all going to be on Zoom.
Public,
at 7, if I'm not mistaken.
What our communities deserve and what they
it should be live on Facebook.
I was a major in college.
We'll try to get a bit more information about exactly where it'll be.
Exactly as have created it. And I am appalled. I am disgusted at what I see on the streets in our communities every single day. No ice cream social will fix the damage done. No police outreach will fix the harm and the killings that have happened from this police department. They are not trained to handle the responsibilities.
Except this white woman.
And that is not.
I always get happy when I find
we
a
need
good
to do what we can to refund and reinvest in our communities because they deserve it. I received my time.
Woo!
Thank you.
I like that.
Tondal Delaney is next up. Sorry if I mispronounced your first name.
No, that's great. You did a good job. Thank you. My name is Tondal Delaney. I'm a Denver resident in District 4. And I would like you to consider a boy. He's born in Denver, raised in the city. Both his parents work, so he spends a lot of time with his grandmother. She teaches him how to crochet. He makes her a pair of socks. He grows older. He goes to school. Some of his teachers think he's a disciplinary problem, but some of his teachers think he's a delight. He makes friends. They all go to the skate park and learn how to skateboard together. His friend's mom dies of cancer. He goes to the funeral. They cry together. Now consider a sum of money. Let's say $4,000, a little more than my current car costs. It's made out of cloth and paper. It's printed with the face of a former president and empowered by the Secretary of the Treasury to be exchanged for goods and services. It's transported in an armored car. It's placed in an ATM. The boy and the money meet. He breaks into the ATM and he steals it. The police arrive. He runs. They shoot him. The boy dies. The police take the money and put it in an evidence locker, safe and secure. Our state, with its capitalist-funded parties, exists to protect private property and makes this possible. Capitalism means that private property is more important than the life of this boy. It is the police's job to prioritize this unthinking, unfeeling property, even though every human life is completely irreplaceable. For $4,000, the police removed this living, breathing, growing human being. I would like you to think about the values that make this possible. I would like you to consider that no amount of property is worth a life. Property can be replaced. A life cannot. We as the working class need to rise up and change things. We have the power to remove the rot, the capitalist class that holds a monopoly on wealth in this unequal country. And until we do, the problems with the police, these state-sanctioned murders, will not stop. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Walter Heidenfelder.
Yes, good evening. My name's Walter Heidenfelder. The shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin, of another person of color, once again, reminds us of the problems with police conduct, not just in Wisconsin, but the whole country, including Colorado. A lot of people want to defund the police department, which would, in effect, eliminate police protection and lead to chaos. However, we need to make some serious changes. Rigorous psychological testing in the selection process to weed out those who are prone to violence. No restrictions on use of lethal force. Get rid of the military equipment and stop behaving like you're fighting the Taliban. Protesters in America are Americans exercising their right. Retraining based on the motto, to serve and to protect. Review of police conduct by independent monitors appointed by City Council. Considering the mayor's past indiscreet entanglements with the police department and the fact that district attorneys has to work closely with cops, they should not be choosing who serves as monitor for police conduct.
Do they?
Without meaningful reform, I and many more citizens will join Councilwoman Sedabaka to call for defunding a system that is not working.
I'm sorry. I'm just surprised.
I am too. I'm like that. Zig, zag. I feel like I'm a roller coaster. How about you?
But you know, this is the voice of the people.
Jason Strong. I'm a graduate student. I'm an Air Force
White
veteran.
Man Monday at the City Council.
I'm currently teaching fifth grade or co-teaching fifth grade in District 3. For this meeting, I researched Jamie Torres, and I found your story very compelling. So I understand and I value your motivations for serving on the City Council. But by and large, I view the City Council as derelict in their duty for serving the people of Denver.
Except Kansas City.
I want to share with you one story from last semester. I was completing an assignment which required me to go into 5 Points and do a study of the artwork that was visible from the street sides. And what I came to find out was a very normal occurrence. Out of nowhere, police descended on a corner right in between 5 Points and Whittier over on, I forget the street, but it's by the corner store. And I was talking to a 9-year-old and a 13-year-old black boy as they were walking home from school. And an SUV, a police SUV pulls up and parallel parks in the middle of the street. No concern for the safety of these two young children walking on the sidewalk. The front right side door opens up and this officer jumps out with a shotgun, no control over his muzzle, and screams at these two children, "I need you to go on get. I need you to get out of here." You know how ridiculous that is to scream at a child to leave their neighborhood when your job as a police officer is allegedly to keep your city members safe. These are children. So I switched into investigator and I was like, okay, I'm going to use my white privilege and I'm going to be in this environment and watch how police treat the people who actually live there versus how they treat me. And I watched police stop.
The one where they heard "The Air of Night" by Phil Collins.
I did not.
The drums come on. They're like,
and not give them any information. I could go up to a police officer and they would provide me with any information that I wanted, and then I could relay that to them, and then I could escort them past the police to the other side so that they could continue walking home. my point in sharing with you with this, I have notes from that day, like pages of notes.
Wow.
And
that's the whitest thing ever said, but I'm here for it.
I've been to Afghanistan 3 times over 18 months. And just like our foreign policy, we try to bomb desperation away. And we will continue to see the violence that we see in our streets. We will continue to see a city's population desperate until we defund the police and invest in people. Your job is to serve the people of the city, not private economic interests or your campaign donor. Thank you.
That's the time we have allotted.
I want a shirt that says "Out of Control Muzzle"
today for our Denver City Council.
It's not 5:30, Stacy.
And in the times that we are currently in with social change, it's critical that members of the public have more opportunities to be heard by leaders at all levels of government. The next general public comment session will be held before the council meeting on Monday, September 14th. Sign up begins at 12 noon on Friday, September 11th, and we look forward to hearing from you more. Thank you for attending, and please stay on this line. We will begin the Denver
I feel
City
cold
Council
too.
meeting
Probably my heart of bitches breathing on
allow
you.
time for channel 8 to switch over from public comment to the council meeting. Thank you.
Whatever.
Right? Switch over to that.
I mean, but you know, they were still listen. The people of this city, right, have been making their voices extremely clear. And even it doesn't matter what they try to do, how they try to stack the public comment sessions, like the message that we're hearing is, yo, the fucking police don't know what the hell they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me take that back. They do, actually, right? They absolutely do. And it's about damn time that we do something different to prioritize the lives and the humanity. Like we need to stop criminalizing humanity. You know what I'm saying? People that are simply just trying to make it in life. And so what I find beautiful is the fact that it does not matter how much they try to drown out, even though like they have the power stacked in the mayor's office and even in the city council seats and all of that. It doesn't matter how much they try to drown us out. Like we're still here, showing up all the goddamn time, making it very, very clear what the fuck needs to go down. So I just want to make sure that everybody's listening. Don't forget that like we are still in control of our destiny. You know what I'm saying? And we still have the power to change what needs to be changed, because we have more people, even the older white dude that I was just like, you know, I'm not 100% sure what you're about to say, my guy. But even he was just like, yo, I support Candi Setherbach and the things that she's doing. Guess what? Because she's listening to the people. You know what I'm saying? She's listening to the people. So anyway.
I was scared when her name came out his mouth. I was like,
to the Denver City
but then it
Council
just
meeting.
That's what I'm saying. Like you never know who supports, and I honestly they don't want to admit it, but the majority of the people in the city support different.
To join Councilmember
really
Sandoval as she leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry.
Who?
I pledge allegiance
Sandoval. Yeah.
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible.
Did she skip words? Did that happen?
And justice.
Or is she cutting out? Oh my God, that was so
I'm not 100%.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Right, that part.
Right. I'm wondering how many weeks I'm going to be able to get away with this. I tagged everyone in everything in this broadcast, so their computer should have been lighting up when this broadcast went. You can only pull that off a couple of times, so I'm glad you're here for it.
Sorry about that. I gotcha. Thank you.
Here.
Flynn Gilmore, sorry, Herndon.
That's not how it goes.
So what are you looking forward to the most tonight? You usually do demystify the technique. I've been excited to have you on here. So you want to tell us like what it is you're waiting for, or what it is you're waiting for like me to say? Tell us about tonight while they do the roll call.
I mean, honestly, tonight I feel like it's a lot of the same BS. Is just a bunch of money being spent in spaces that it's not wise. Like one of the biggest things that I talked about on Demystified this week is this $20 million, or it's almost 20 million. It's like 18 million and change, I think, going towards another homeless shelter. And last week, all of a sudden, I remember Chris Herndon and even Kevin Flynn were all like if the most marginalized people should be the priority in these conversations when we're talking about spending this money or doing something in their community. And I know for a fact that the majority of unhoused neighbors have been asking for housing, not a shelter. So why are we spending $20 million on another shelter when that could actually house all of the people on the street right now?
Most of us are probably
so that's something I'm looking forward to hearing them discuss a little bit. But everything else is just
unexpectedly last week, and she's only 51 years old.
Well, I look forward to your enlightenment.
Many of us know her
as the
well
bullshit
for the
drags
work
on.
she's done in
So we can always pause it and just make sure they hear what you have to say.
Planning board.
And if you're watching and you have a comment, I will put it on the screen. Say whatever you want. We censor nothing.
People really listen to what she has
Unchecked.
to say.
What is the out of control muzzle?
She's a Colorado native, a mother, a wife, an active Denver community member, business person, and a resident of the newly named Central Park neighborhood. She advocated for people and causes, including the Montbello Food Pantry, which is one of her favorite nonprofits. Susan and her family loved our beautiful Colorado outdoors. They were always camping and skiing and hiking. Her death is a devastating loss for her family and friends and for our city. I talked to her a lot in recent weeks, and I can still hear her kind and thoughtful words and her laughter. Our deepest sympathies are with her and her family, and so please, I ask everyone for a few moments of silence.
You're the one doing the work. I'm just here to peep the show. I'm honestly here to watch you do what you do.
That is flattering, and I really appreciate it. I still can't believe I missed yours last night. I didn't know that it was come out, but it must have. You premiered them on YouTube, right?
Yes, it's all good. And I was my brother's birthday weekend was this weekend, so we had been in the mountains doing some whitewater rafting most of yesterday. So I didn't have much service, so I didn't get to post it myself. But it's out there in the universe, so maybe that's why.
You went whitewater rafting.
It was like the really calm part of the river. Ain't nobody got time for that.
I don't know. Now in my brain, you are Indiana Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make sure to announce to everyone that next week, the East Area Plan will be hosting its virtual open house. So I know this is of interest to a lot of members of our community. It will be Thursday the 10th at 6 p.m. virtually. East Area Plan.
I think that's for you.
You can go to denvergov.org.
Just like Hope in general.
Denvergov.org to sign up.
And here in Denver. I mean, I have hope when I know how hard they're fighting to like really drown out our voices, and we still dominate every single public comment session. I have hope it's like that. I have hope that we're gonna lead a ballot initiative to get rid of the police. I have hope for
sudden passing last week.
That was not the things I was saying last week about my daughter are actually true. I kept her out tonight so I could do this, and then we'll talk about it later. She's downstairs watching on TV without my commentary because of her. She's not allowed to hear. But yeah, she had a real problem with. She was like, they still didn't apologize, Mom. I waited. I'm like,
and they never will.
She took an interest,
and it's sad. It's sad that she has to see that this is how our democracy
work together with Susan and different entities. She was right there, hand in hand with us in the Far Northeast Neighborhood Plan. And as Councilwoman Black mentioned, she passed away suddenly Wednesday morning, and she wasn't only a dear friend of Denver, she was also a regional partner. She had worked with Adams County, with Arapahoe
So part
County,
of my thought here, my
Brighton,
thought process here has been, my daughter is into city council meetings now, which I love, but it's very strange. What are you going to do? But now I'm like, well, if my kid who outside of this doesn't like grown-up things, like she doesn't want the live action Aladdin or anything similar. I mean, Aladdin was problematic. Not that the others are really great, but she's like, no, I want the cartoon with the music, Mom. Like, the one grown-up thing she likes. So surely there's got to be some way to get grown-ups more interested and active, even though these are really insanely boring. So maybe we can lighten it up, or at least freshen up the commentary at the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah, no, I'm here for that, and I'm here for that 100%. And that's what I'm saying. I love what you're doing, because hopefully, like, you know, you get more people to tune in and kind of hear what's going on.
Well, I mean, the numbers doubled tonight, and I think it's all because you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do. And thank you for being here. Listen, we all in business together, whether we like it or not. And I don't know what else to say, because, like, at the end of the day, I like to know how my dollars being spent. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's hard to invite people, especially I know people have a lot going on, work and you know, children, and there's a lot happening, but this is your money right here, you know, and it could be helping you, but it's hurting you. And so we should probably gain some control of that, you know, collectively do better.
Well, that's where, so I'm not to tell you what white culture is like, because I'm sure you've had to absorb that most of your life, but one of the whitest things a person can do is be overly cognizant of how they spend their money. It's almost a performance art. Like, I went to Wharton. It's a fancy business school. And whenever I go out to dinner with Wharton friends, I just like silently ask for my own check as I'm sitting down, because dividing the check is horrifying. Now, these are math whizzes, but they're all people who are like either have a lot of money and feel a little guilty, or came from more money and feel a little good. There's always some guilt about it. So they have to prove they deserve it because they're so responsible with it. And then it becomes really complicated. So it's like the white person performance that we do at dinner. You need to do it at city council too, y'all. You gotta.
Whereas you heard it. Y'all heard it.
Your tax dollars, you know, versus the person with celiac that ordered the expensive dinner that you didn't get to taste.
That's real. That's real. It's that simple.
The Denver Performing Arts Complex, Colorado Convention Center, Denver Coliseum, and the McNichols Civic Center building. And whereas
I probably shouldn't say it's one of the reasons I love my black friends. They don't do that performance ever. It's so much easier.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, like when I'm out with all my friends, and a lot of times we'll just like Venmo each other. It doesn't have to be that complicated, you know what I'm saying? But I have been in some very, very challenging, you know,
Denver's cultural
splitting sessions as well. But I really do wish that more people would like be as vigilant, because it's still your dollars.
And whereas Denver Arts strives to enrich and advance Denver's quality of life and economic vitality through premier public venues, arts, cultural and entertainment opportunities, so that all may thrive. And whereas its 5 retiring employees exemplify the values of exceptional.
Right now, I really wish we had a drive-in movie theater more than anything.
And dedication. And whereas Patricia,
you know, secret, I've never been to a drive-in movie theater.
Most recently in the cultural arts division.
Really? Never happened. No. I grew up in New York.
9 years in the
okay, that explains.
But I mean, I know they existed. It's a long story. I wasn't actually allowed to go to movies at all. But that's like a whole different part of my life that we could talk about.
I feel you. I grew up in a town like Footloose,
and whereas
like a lot like
the city.
Yeah, there's no dancing.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Patricia,
you show up, you get your picture taken.
Yeah. Made significant contributions
all right, fun story. I'm going to get in trouble if anyone from Smith County is watching this right now. All right, so Garth Brooks, you know how he like was like huge and then he disappeared for like 2 decades. All right, remember? Probably not, because you're not from the South. The thing that precipitated that was an affair with Trisha Yearwood, who he ended up marrying, and they had to go hide for 20 years before they could reemerge. Look, we've been married for 20 years. Forget how we got together, right? And that apology tour lasted like a minute, and it's over now. I'm sure. That him leaving his wife was such a scandal that they wouldn't allow any Garth Brooks music to be played at prom, and that was a problem because the only music on the approved list was Garth Brooks.
It has been moved.
Oh, so what was prom?
You got your
councilman. Thank you,
sorry. That's all you get. Just Garth Brooks. Like, there's no other. You said Tennessee, right?
Yep.
No Elvis, nothing.
Denver.
I mean,
the work that they
the
do,
town is about 1,500 people,
really
depending on who's
creates
pregnant, who's been run off as a result.
kind of enriches the
At that time.
campaign throughout our city.
So you can't even make
I
this
really
up.
do want to thank all of these individuals for their many, many years.
I am
of
like
service to
obsessed
Denver.
with movies like
I
don't know, 10 Things I Hate About You that have like a, you know, even though it's not a normal high school experience for anyone, I'm kind of like, it's still more interesting than the truth. Can we do this?
I'm sure. I know you and Candi would get along really well when it comes to talking about movies. That's her. That's
that was done about her titled.
Now we got to find a way to get you. I feel like we need to get you to a drive-through now. You need to have this experience, not just watching.
Down. I've been dying to. Let's go.
I know you went whitewater rafting. Someone owes you a drive-through. Drive it.
I need to go through a drive. I need to go through a drive-in for sure.
The total amount of murals in the collection now totals.
Priorities are not together. MK, help me.
So this is a monumental task. It sounds like
I mean, I'm not here to hold anything together. I'm here to tear it apart.
It was all coordinated,
break it,
curated by
Let's
one.
do it. Dismantle.
Valdez works under.
You are so welcome. Thank you for watching.
Of the Denver
that is a really good question. Why do you think that? I think he has to go to the bathroom.
Via the UAF in 2000.
Wait, who?
Mr. Keith?
In the decades since, Valdez's reputation in the street art community in Denver has grown because she curates the city's.
Wait, who are we talking about? I'm sorry. I'm a little slow sometimes.
I just wanted to.
Oh, you are missing too much. I don't believe you, Nicole Hamilton. I've been to a drive-through. I've been to a drive-in movie.
West Denver and
we even in Smith County, Tennessee, we have one of them.
Elevating.
It was great.
The art.
I've heard they're great. I've heard amazing stories. I've heard, people getting pregnant and stuff like that too, though. And so I'm grateful I missed it for those reasons. But
that can happen on the first day of hunting season.
Councilwoman Torres, I want to echo your.
You said it.
Mary Valdez and her contributions. I had the honor of working with her on the selection committee.
I don't know if I would have been able to handle that. That would have been outlawed.
Denver bond issue finally got around to the Hadley Library renovations.
This guy.
Were just recently done about a year and a half ago. And she just
put on a
shepherded
tie.
that process so eloquently and so inclusively. And we came up
feel
with
like that doesn't
very, very
go with the rest of it, though.
There, but I was really impressed with how she handled that. And I believe that.
But I kind of feel him. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel him. It's like, okay, I'm going to put on earrings.
Seeing that maybe mentored someone.
Stop! I'm done now.
And proceed as efficiently and inclusively as she did. Thank you.
This guy, I got you. I know you're talking about.
Thank you, Councilman Flynn.
I agree 100%.
I'll go ahead and chime in. I believe Mary Valdez has replicated herself numerous times because it would never fail that we would start talking about wanting to do a piece of art, and I would see her somewhere and she'd say, you know what, I've got this great community artist. And it was just like she was everywhere listening to the press throughout the city.
This is why I stay home.
We're going to miss those dedicated arts and venues.
I don't remember it being that expensive.
Mary,
$100? That is
in our heart. And so
that's how much a sitter is, which is why we usually end up taking our kids out with us.
Right. This is gonna be a family night in. Oh man.
Yep, you're on. Gotcha.
There's more than one smirker in this audience, though.
I
agree. Who's the other one? MK?
Oh, that Amanda Sawyer.
Clark.
She always got that look on her face. I'm like,
Flynn.
That's a lot of work to have that frozen in that way.
I think she just doesn't want to, like, I don't think she wants people to see her reaction to anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, at all.
Aye.
Which is impressive.
Aye.
But
Madam President.
It's okay. Just be human.
Use the voting and announce the result.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. Proclamation 900 has been adopted.
That's great.
We have 5 minutes for the.
The only thing I've been liking about Kevin lately, I'm being 100% honest, is that I feel like Candi has been forcing him to do his job. Like, he has actually been trying to come with, like, research and data and statistics, and, like, which is something they never did before. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And so I'm just like, okay, so I'm here for it. If this is at least going to get you to do the work that you were elected to do, you know what I mean? Then, okay, all right. We'll spar with the rest. We'll spar with the best of y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone.
She has raised the whole bar in that room for sure.
100%. And I'm just like, at least y'all have to explain with some actual substance why y'all do some of the things that you do, even though they don't always. But
the way she did,
No,
as Jamie knows, being a Latina woman.
There's
born and
first
raised
one
in
of the
Santa
night.
Fe, New Mexico, coming to Denver from a large family of 10. The Westwood has always been something that's very important and sacred.
You have to remove
to a
that.
lot of Hispanic families, and it still is. I've had the honor of working in that community through the corridor.
Do better,
Wilson
y'all. If this is
Road,
what I have to do to get you to not be racist, or even just like a little bit less racist, or not argue with me when I gently tell you, hi,
and then,
I don't just pass for white, I am white, and I understand you. But still not correct.
Incredible totem pole.
I mean, this is the opportunity to expose their bullshit. Now they have to explain. Now they actually have to explain their racism. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of the world is here to watch y'all fucking fall apart.
She was so excited for the project.
It's great because I'm always amazed. So one of my friends teaches at Brea College, and she is her whole thing, her graduate degree is, man, I should have looked this up before her name came out my mouth. It's in anti-Blackness in other cultures and Afrofuturism something. But the anti, now that once I follow her on Facebook, I can't unsee anti-Blackness in other cultures. So every time I hear someone reference their Latinx background, all I can hear is Shadi in my head being like,
I felt like I grew up.
Right.
It takes a village to raise
we definitely have to have that conversation.
So 20 years,
but a lot of people, they don't like to talk about it, but I grew up around a lot of like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, and first of all, they're Black. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be very honest about that. Let's be very clear about that. But they, we have been taught over time to whiten the race, right? Like, especially in that culture, like the mejorando de la raza, like you're supposed to whiten the race, and then in a lot of Black cultures, like passing the paper bag test, like colorism is real in every single culture, right? And so we have to address that anti-Blackness in every single culture, 100%. But like I feel like the Latinx culture specifically has a lot to talk about because there was almost a compromise that was made. Like, if y'all noticed, when y'all check boxes on applications and stuff, you can choose like your ethnicity as being Hispanic, but you still have to choose between Blackness and whiteness as far as your race is concerned, and most pick white because of the perks that come with it, and that's a privilege that needs to fucking be discussed.
It's so vital.
Absolutely.
It's like eating and breathing, in my opinion. We're daily. Now during COVID, we see how important
because the thing that I think that got me the most about all the degree last week was I appreciated Amanda Sandoval even engaging with me on Twitter the way that she did, and that but what happened next was her after that the demonstration was supposed to be at her house, and she called the Chicano biker gang to her house for a photo shoot to protect her, to show how the community rallied behind her, and that was in you saw that in the Colorado Springs paper. I was like, can we unpack all the ugliness there, which you're going to hide behind your whiteness to tell us how scared you are,
right?
And then call in the big nasty brown bikers to save you from the Black people.
It's so twisted.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
I truly do believe there's a place in hell for women who don't help other women, and I get a lot of things wrong, Carrie Joy. I know it might not appear that way, but over this big mouth of mine, yeah, I do, and I own it. When I'm wrong, I'm like, oh wait, sorry.
And that's what it's about. Yeah.
No one cares if you attend; they care that you see it and don't do it again. I just couldn't make her say.
If you can't own it, man, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Like,
so, Madam President, I'm not moving it yet.
It's a good question.
Reading it, right? Thank you. 2901.
I mean, for me, like there's no space for it at all. Like, I feel like, especially right now, we need to be addressing it on, like, our kids.
Whereas
to be at risk for generations, you know what I'm saying? And let's be honest with the fact that even white kids are at a disadvantage if they're not understanding the history of racism in our country, but not only the history of racism, contributions of Black and brown people. You know what I'm saying? And so what I would personally say is, number one, it depends on the relationship that you have with that person. I commit certain amounts of time to people depending on my relationship, like, because it's not my job to educate you. So if I'm not really that cool with you, I'll be like, yo, go read this book. You know what I'm saying? And like, get your ass together, because I don't have time for this. Or like, you know, maybe recommend them to a certain like group of people. Like there's this woman that I know that started like a book club trying to educate like white people on what's going on in Black and brown cultures, and like it's not run by a Black or brown person. It's not using their labor. You know what I'm saying? They're working together to help each other out and to like learn and grow. But like, you know, getting consultations from Black and brown people. So I've recommended that people go there a lot of times too. But if it's like a confrontational person, if it's like somebody like you can't reach everybody. You can't, like, some people just are not trying to hear, learn, adapt, grow, evolve. And you know, what I would say is, as much as you can, like, let's wrap our arms around the young people. Let's wrap our arms around the students. I feel like they're the more malleable, more willing to evolve and grow. And so however we can like kind of infiltrate those spaces and wrap our arms around the young people that are to be the future, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how we kind of intercept the bullshit. But because there's some people that are stuck in their ways, and it's just kind of relationship you have. So it's kind of hard without that context.
You are so incredibly classy. I can't get over that. So maybe this is the difference. This is the white privilege, right? It's also some of the economic privilege, because I don't really need anything from anybody, and I hope I never have to, because it's gonna suck.
Nah, good for you, man.
But well, that's one of the things you learn living in a really small town. Everybody is the gatekeeper to some resource, so you have to be nice to everybody, because everybody has power over you, and it is not fun. I love being in a big city where it's like, man, if you're terrible, I can get this somewhere else. I have options.
Right.
Oh my God. Anyway, so I'm when I hear something racist, I just call it out. I'm like, well, you can't say that. That's not okay. I'm helping you here, because the next person might not say the thing. Think of me as the really loud canary in the coal mine, because the next person you talk to might actually be volatile.
Right. Yeah, no, that's 100%, 100% real. The next person you might run into might not be as, you know, gracious. But yeah, no, definitely handle that shit head on. But you know, I was just saying, like, because I don't know if it's like somebody that said something to her personally, or someone that, like, you know, said something in a Facebook post, or it really, you know, it kind of all depends. I feel like the situation can dictate, because depending on the situation, like there are different opportunities. I'm an educator. I feel like at the end of the day, it's all about trying to raise it for many years. That's the only way that you can grow and learn. Is if you know something different, then you'll try to do something different. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying? For most people. So yeah, Candace, I'm just saying, like, make sure that they know, you know, if they said something jacked up, like, make sure that's addressed. But at the same time, like, if there's an opportunity to like lead them towards some type of enlightenment, I think that's important too, because that's how we move into the future, a better version of ourselves. If we don't do that, then the future is going to look the same. We have to all evolve and grow, or else we're walking into fucking our image of the bullshit that we're living in right now.
Doing work the way we used to.
I love that you're an educator. I'm coach.
That's right.
Okay, what do we need to get, and what's the most efficient way to get there? I feel like that's a question that enough people ask themselves, right? They give the right answer, but not the true answer, and they don't recognize the distance that might exist between the two. So in a situation like this, when I'm in a situation, even if I know everybody, I say something and I shut it down, and I'm known as that person. Like, oh God, MK's here. We better, buckle up. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. That just by being that, I can create a safe space for the others around me, right? I can't make them want to be better, but I can make them, at least in my presence, do a little bit better. And if that means they're not hanging out with me, what have I really lost? Someone who isn't receptive to, by the way, you're terrible, isn't someone that is probably gonna invite my kids to their kids' sleepovers anyway. So I mean, what's the worst that I could miss? And I think that's the other thing. Like I don't know about, I can't speak for Black people because you guys aren't represented enough in our culture for us to have an idea. But when it comes to white people, we're, especially white women, it's like, do not offend, don't ruffle feathers, don't say the things. In Japan, I had to go learn Japanese for it all to make sense. I lived there when I was in my 20s. There's this concept called the wall. And the wall is like the glorious harmoniousness of being. And everything in the culture is about like not fucking with the wall. And, like if you yell too loudly or shut a door too loudly, you just made the wall go boom. You know what I mean? It's very, I feel like we're taught something very similar. Just like when you do something that's uncomfortable and the room pauses that moment, and telling someone no or telling someone that they're wrong, crosses that line. So everyone just pretends it doesn't happen, and it's weird. Like that's why we don't change. So you need to change. Say the thing.
I agree. I agree. Resident in
because you'll always have me and Carrie Joy, even if no one else wants to hang out with you. Yeah, nice.
And Monday nights come see us.
Well, I hope you do this with me and all my. We're going to make this fun until we get to hijack him again.
Right.
Champion of
that was the best night ever.
That's going to be a beautiful day when that happens. You know, civil rights is for kiddos in elementary. I could connect you with somebody. I work mainly with high school students, but
so congratulations.
There is an amazing educator. Her name is Corey. And let me get her Facebook information because I think
that retiring, your next party might have a lot more going on with karaoke and chili and everything else. You're going to have some retirees that are going to be part of that.
Karaoke and chili, not with our tax dollars, right?
All the retirees.
Karaoke and chili.
Madam Secretary, roll
call. You know, got homeless people and Black people dying, right? That's why karaoke and chili.
Ortega.
Aye.
Sandoval.
Aye.
Sawyer.
Aye.
Torres.
I'm posting that in the chat, MK. So that
thank you.
Aye.
I just put it in the private chat so that
Aye.
you can follow her, maybe reach out and see if there's like anything that she might be able to offer as far as some lesson plans that she knows of.
All right, this is going to go
Madam President.
everywhere.
Aye.
Boom.
Madam Secretary, close the voting.
Takes up the whole screen.
13 ayes.
Love it.
Okay, that should have posted to each streaming destination right now.
Okay. Thank you. 12 ayes. Proclamation 901 has
so yeah, we don't know, but that person can help you find out the answer to that question.
Torres, I believe we have Reza.
That comments from 5 minutes ago. I'm not really sure.
5 minutes for an acceptance.
Don't give up hope yet. We got each other.
We're gonna. We're here to amplify.
Yeah.
Or at least everybody else into shutting up a little bit.
You are on.
Or at least I can't speak for Carrie Joe. That's what I'm here to do.
You hear me now?
You can.
First of all, I want to good evening to all the city councilmen and councilwoman.
Sorry, did you see? Did you catch all that?
I'm looking at it right now.
Proclamation.
Parent on Facebook who just had a protest party and made a bunch of signs saying drunk wives matter, black chairs matter, white chairs matter, black olives matter. Highly offensive, and these are parents my kids go to school. I called out the fact that this is not funny. At what point, though, should I be concerned that my outspokenness might impact my children? I mean, as a white woman, I can tell you this is a fear of mine that I referenced last week when I gave my testimony to public input. I have been scared for a very long time how that would impact my children. Before I had a child on the spectrum, I was like my oldest, who is amazing, and watching this meeting downstairs on television right now because I might talk over her hero, Candi, and that we just can't have that. Mom ruins everything. But I'm really nervous that mom does ruin everything. Like she already knows that the other mothers aren't comfortable around me and that we don't hang out. I mean, there was a click at some of the places that she went for, and I was a part of it, and that is part of who I am and who I've always been. I'm okay with that, but I did worry for a long time how that would impact her. The second I realized that by not being myself, not only am I not fitting in, but she's not seeing why. I'm not giving her the chance to learn about me I've missed every learning opportunity. So I really started leaning into who I am, and I'd encourage you to consider doing the same.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. And I'm not a parent, you know what I'm saying? So I can't speak to that from that perspective. But for me, like what I would say is there's no better opportunity than there's no better way to like really teach your children how to stand up against injustice and that type of bullshit than like doing it yourself and using those as educational opportunities. Like this, like, you know, to talk to your child and be like, these are the types of things that you're going to face, and they're making a mockery of, you know, Black people dying at a disproportionate rate in this country at the hands of the system, and there's no room for that. And that's the reason why, you know, you took the stand that you did, and understanding that it might, I feel like at the end of the day, like it might make them kind of an outcast, like, you know, amongst the parents. Like it might make you an outcast a bit, but I think that like young people, I think that children have a better understanding of the way that the world should work than we do, honestly. And so I feel like just having that conversation with them and really teaching them about that particular moment so that they know in the future to not allow for those types of things to stand. I think that's it. I think you did the right thing, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think that it will. I think that it will impact them in the best way, even if you may not see it right now, because they're seeing from you what it looks like to stand up for humanity and to recognize that wrong is wrong, and you got to call that shit out.
Absolutely. How old were you when you realized you were Black and what that Blackness meant in a white world?
Are ordered public. Members remember.
I was pretty young. I want to say I was maybe like 5, 6. And it had a lot to do with my hair, which is huge in Black culture. But you know, my mom, and this is no shade to her, but like my mom is a Jamaican immigrant. You know, both my parents are, and so grew up in an environment where like you had to assimilate as much as possible. You know what I'm saying? And so I was taught at a very young age that like, you know, you might want to do something different with your hair, Kerrie, because your hair isn't good hair. And I didn't understand 100% what that meant, but I did notice that like white people had different hair, and that's what I was taught to aspire to. You know what I'm saying? Like having straighter, whatever hair. And so that's when I noticed that difference within race. And I just knew more than anything that like I would have to change all of the natural things about myself. Like in the Jamaican culture is really big. It's a huge
everything virtual. It takes
huge problem. And so you know, those are the types of things that I saw every once in a while growing up, heard about growing up, that helps me understand or taught me to understand that I needed to change myself and assimilate into this culture in order to be accepted, in order to be successful. And yeah, I mean, it kind of fucked me up for the rest of my life, you know, let's be real about that. And it wasn't until I was in my 20s that I really started to embrace and understand all of the beauty about myself that they taught me to be, you know? So it's
22. I felt that at 37.
And 0819.
2 decades of therapy.
All right.
So therapy has done wonders for your girl.
Congratulations.
Shout out to all the therapists out there. Yeah, especially like those Black and brown therapists, you know, that have been holding it down for us. Like, I appreciate y'all so much.
So to that, I would also say, so if you were aware of it, let's say 5 or 6, then your white counterparts in your life were aware of something being different about you, either how you're perceived, how you're treated, what you could do, what was right, what was right, even if it was never articulated. Sorry, I hate that word too. In these moments I can't find like a replacement word for it. Like even when it isn't like pinpointed or laid out, kids are aware, they know.
Yeah.
There's a boy named Suman in my daughter's 1st grade class who is Sudanese, and she already was aware of some differences in the way that conversations were had around him and the way things were phrased, and people were more careful. So I would argue all these white people, if you're like, I think my kid is too young for me to have this conversation that's above their head, it ain't.
Hell no.
aware of it, and you are letting them figure things out on their own without guiding it. So I think the sooner you can jump in there and do it, the better, because otherwise they're figuring out on their own. Like hearing you say that is so painful because there's so much about you that I find like so striking and so beautiful and absolutely so unique. And it's just sad that anybody with a parent who is attuned and loves them would miss opportunities for that type of conversation. And if you're already seeing this play out in your community, then you could be missing those opportunities. Speak up, man.
Absolutely. The head, they're gonna learn it whether you like it or not. So you might as well, really be a part of that conversation with them.
The rest of the world's gonna tell them to show up, give them a place to speak. We're gonna tell them to shut up, give them a place to speak.
Right. Absolutely.
5001 and 5021 Logan Street, a required public hearing on Council Bill 695, changing the zoning classification for 4846 Knox Court, and the required public hearing.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think that they have already voted on the consent
Waterway and 2901 Broadway.
So that means
on any of these matters must go online to sign up during the council.
I'm pretty
there
sure.
are no objections from members of council.
Well, it's not like we could have like stopped it anyway. A lot of these were foregone conclusion, and the opportunity to give input had already happened. Like last week, everyone was talking about the Park Hill Golf Course.
And mute your microphones, and we will return again at 6:17.
See, even grown-ups need recess. I'm loving all this engagement. I'm loving the questions we're getting. They're good.
Same. Oh. So tell me a little bit about like your journey and when do you feel like you really started to recognize that you had to start speaking out about the injustices that you were seeing, or when did you start seeing it? Did you always see it?
Well, my dad started practicing, we would say to white people, civil rights law.
Mm-hmm.
But when we were around anybody else, what we would call like the people, there are people who I'm not like the power players, but again, in a small town, the feathers you cannot afford to ruffle.
Mm-hmm.
Those people would say civil rights law. To everybody else, they got the truth, police brutality law. So he started practicing in 1973 in a small town in Tennessee that he still lives in.
Oh,
He's
wow.
still one of the only, and for decades, he was one of the only attorneys who would sue cops. Because something that Elizabeth Epps said on Twitter a couple weeks ago struck me hard, and I wanted to retweet it, but she's taken that off. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, this is not. It was talking about how you can win, but they never pay. It doesn't matter how many times you sue the state. They almost never pay out. It's something like 7% of the time they'll settle for less.
Right.
And it's just true. So that was the story of our life. Dad would win a great big settlement. Money would never come through. It would be another thing written off. That actually impacted my FAFSA application to Georgetown aid, because they didn't believe the numbers they saw for our lawyers. They wanted to go through his accounts receivable themselves. And that's one of the reasons I ended up majoring in finance, because I didn't understand how they could look at his tax returns and think we had more, like millions more than we actually did.
Interesting.
So that was fair. Yeah. So I was aware from the time I was young, because we were pariahs. Like we were untouchables. I've never been able to call the police. They wouldn't have been able to come to our house. My dad had sued them all.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Yeah, I've always known, but my journey has been very, very, very different. Like I say to people, I was born into this fight, and they all kind of smile. They're like, "Oh, you mean like 3 years ago?" I'm like, "No, but it's not even worth explaining it."
Right. Yeah. I mean, so you've been in the game longer than I have, you know what I'm saying? And I always like to acknowledge that, because a lot of times people think that just because, don't get me wrong, yeah, I've been fighting for my life my entire life, clearly, right? But I wasn't always equipped with the language, I guess, to really identify how structures were working against me. Yeah, I didn't understand that. I just knew it was different, and I didn't think I had the power to change it for a really long time. I was just like, this is the way it is. Like, I will always be at a disadvantage in this world because of things that I can never change, And so, but it wasn't. It's funny because I don't know if you've ever heard of Lady Speech. She's a really dope poet. Yeah, okay, just making sure. So really dope poet, just really healer, all of those things. And so I remember doing a project with her, and she had made this comment where she realized, she was like, it wasn't until I learned how to fight for myself that I was able to understand how to fight for anybody else around me. And, you know, that's the exact same thing that happened with me. It was like, once I started to realize my power and the things that I deserved in this world, and the fact that I should never be denied the things I deserve. Like it didn't click, you know, for a really long time. But then the moment that I understood to fight for the things that I absolutely deserve, was when I understood how to step into that space of, you know, fighting with the rest of my community. Like I don't believe in fighting for people. Like they fight for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody here is trying to save anybody. There can't be any saviors here. If there are, then we're only going to replicate the system we're trying to dismantle. But yeah, I say all this to say, like, especially to, you know, all the Black and brown folks that might be thinking like it's hopeless. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no opportunity to make any types of changes, or there's no opportunity to really like turn this shit around on its head. I want to let you know that it's never too late to do better. Like it's never too late to understand that you are deserving and that you are worthy, and you should be fighting for everything that you know that you are worthy of. It's never too late to understand that. And so I just want to say thank you for doing everything that you've been doing for all of these years, because it's not easy to stay in the fight for that long, right? So yeah, thanks for what you're doing, okay?
Oh my God, no, I feel like I was kind of the inverse there for a while. I never thought it was okay to advocate for myself because I had more. And but we didn't have the word privilege. And I certainly didn't have more economically. I worked second shift in a factory called 10 Plasco making plastic TV backs, despite the fact of having a dad as an attorney in a small town where this was visible. I had to go jogging because it's all like very, again, small town. My dad had a heart attack when I was 4, and it devastated our family financially for a really long time. I couldn't work. Mom had to go back she became a teacher to get the health insurance because he was uninsurable. And that's where my company, the Fitness Protection, comes from. Part of that is like one of these cops, like, yeah, I'm going to protect, guess who needs protection and guess who doesn't do it. But yeah, for a while to really get that far in, like, nothing else in this world is going to protect you. So we're going to be the safe space for each other. But yeah, we were really on our own in a unique way. And even having to jog, it was like a punishment from God, the scarlet letter. Richard Brooks, look what he does. And look what happened to him. That sort of, they call it prosperity gospel thinking.
Yep.
Trump must be really godly because he's so wealthy.
Right.
And that's as far as the thinking tends to go. Well, this is God not supporting this family and that choice. What happened. So, and then me having to jog every day too, because I have the same ticker that he does. It was just like that every day was a daily reminder out in public. I mean, it's not the same as having black skin, but it was definitely a part of the story, a part of my personal narrative that was inescapable, and I still have to live with when I go home, which is very, very as infrequently as I can make it.
Right. No, you said something about like the prosperity, say it again, prosperity
gospel.
Gospel, yes. And so, you know, I grew up, like, one of the reasons that I hadn't gone to theaters and stuff like that as a kid was I grew up in this religion called Apostolic Pentecostal Church.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had that in New York.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. I mean, and you know, because I spent the majority of like my upbringing in a place called Newburgh, New York. So it's a bit upstate New York. But I started like, you know, there's a lot of Apostolic Pentecostal churches in the city, a lot. And we went to one in Queens specifically. But yeah, they go hard. Like, you know, they govern your entire lifestyle. And so it's my mom. My mom wasn't the one who was like governing the house. It was the church governing the house, and she would take all of her cues from them. And so, yeah, that is the exact understanding that I had growing up, was like, if you are suffering for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying? Like you did something, whether it's financially, whether it's physically, mentally, emotionally, like you did something and brought that suffering upon yourself. And anybody that was like living lavishly and, you know, didn't talk about their concerns in life, like they were the blessed ones. They were the ones that were ordained by God. They were the ones that were anointed by God, all of that. And so, you know, that huge mismatch of you know, thinking that the blessed ones are the ones with all of these like worldly possessions, which is not biblical in any way, shape, or form. Like I'm far removed from the church at this point, but I'm just saying, like, I remember that clearly. Like that's not what they taught us in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And so it's but it's just interesting to really see that, especially now how that's playing out with Donald Trump. Like I've never seen a more devilish character in my, like, the man is Lucifer himself, you know what I'm saying? And so well,
that is biblical right there. When
that's
he
real
for you,
that's
he
real.
will not look like, you won't be able to see him.
Right. The
greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world he doesn't exist.
Right.
If I could ask, without, and if you don't want to go here, just, you can always tell me to, like, no, don't, I'm not one of those. But how could I ask how that kind of part was parlayed into your sense of self, that apostolic Pentecostal upbringing, as you discovered your sexuality? Because I know a person who was close to me for a long time. So close I still think of him. I just say my brother. He's not at all. He thought that either he or his family had done something wrong, that God made him gay.
We have
Similar to that was his scarlet letter.
Tonight. Speakers should begin their
Yeah, I mean, it's still something that, you know, depending on the family member, like there's certain family members that we're at a place right now where we can at least talk.
You're promoted.
Flash and they're like my mom, for example,
do not leave. You'll be reconnected.
Not supportive. You know what I'm saying? Of, I guess, my life. And at this point in time, like I said, we can talk. I'm grateful for that. But you know, she still kind of like pretends that like Candi is just my friend. And so for a really long time, though, growing up, especially like coming from a Jamaican family, very, very homophobic. You know, when we first had the conversations about my sexuality, the first reaction was like, you know, you're going to be ostracized from your family. Like, we're going to, like, we're not going to support you if you openly live this life. And you know, I had struggled with that for a really long time because, you know, especially being in the Apostolic Pentecostal Church, I didn't really have much of a community outside of it. Like, I didn't know who else to go to. I didn't know who else to talk to, who else to really like call family, except for the family that I had. And so I was scared of losing that, scared of losing the people that I love and had defended, you know, my entire life, but they didn't choose to defend me. The majority of them didn't choose to defend me in this moment. And so, you know, my mom specifically, and like I said, I know this is how she grew up, and I'm not trying to, this is not shade. I love my mother, but, you know, I remember those conversations where she had wished that she was like, you know, I would have preferred to hear that you had died than you know, come out about your sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And you did this lifestyle openly, and so I was forced throughout my life to like pray the gay away. Like, that was a very real thing. And so, like the laying on of hands and like the exercising of whatever demonic spirit, I guess, that they thought that I was dealing with was a very real thing. And so that was the understanding of my reality, was that like I was sick and I had to do as much praying and fasting and denying myself of myself as I could in order to deliver myself from this, or for God to deliver me. And so I ended up, a lot of people don't know this, but I ended up getting married. And I was married to a guy for 3 years. And he knew, you know, he knew going into the marriage that I had been with women before, but it was like this thing that the church was trying to like cleanse me of. And but you know, like I said, about 2 years into the marriage, you know, I was just like, this is not, I can't not be myself. Like, I'm living a lie every single day, and I know I'm risking my family, I'm risking everything that I, you know, everybody that I love, but like I got people who love me as me. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to start right here. And so I just made the decision to give myself a shot and just like really transform the authentic me that I am. And so here I am now. And that actually really informed a lot of my activism. Like I started to fight for myself.
That's amazing. So if people didn't know about that, do they know about your status now? I don't want to say anything that's off limits.
As far as Candi?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, you're good. I mean, yeah, everybody like there's no secret now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I wasn't sure. So did your family then aware that you basically won the wife lottery? I mean, so like the opposite of the scarlet letter, if there's like a crown that they'll put it on your head and in the bed next to you in the form of the wife you got now.
Yeah. See, you know, I know that. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm saying everybody watching knows that. Most people in Denver are aware.
Right.
I remember my reaction when I learned. I was like, that makes so much sense. Oh my God. It must think it's so weird. I'm so interested in talking to Kerrie.
Yeah. That's my baby. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm aware of that. I like there are some family members that haven't given that refuse to talk about it. Like they won't, you know, when we talk amongst each other, it's family business, and that's it. And so, you know, when it comes to like taking care of our mom, you know, now that she's older in age and stuff like that, like it stays right there. But yeah, they refuse to have conversations, and I'm just like, y'all are missing out because she's a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that simple, but I got her, and I know what I have, so I'm happy.
Oh man, well, we're all happy for you. I mean, and I know that as like a parent, because I'm like way older than both of you, and and being a mom now, this is one of the things about your perspective that changes towards other people. I mean, we learn about. It's one thing to learn about paternalism academically or in your activism. It's another thing to become a parent and understand that becomes an impulse that's really hard to control. Where it's like, oh my God, I'm so glad you have that. I am so glad you have that for each other. And oh, she's good. She's really good. I'm so glad you had a good person. I mean, I have no idea what she's like as a partner. And man, she probably farts all night long. But at the end of the day, like you've got like a really great human that most of us admire, and like I couldn't ask for better. And I mean, I feel that towards people I barely know, and we don't. I mean, we met a couple times when I felt the need to go yell at city council in public, but I remember learning that about you and still being like, oh God, I am so glad. That makes so much sense. That's so good.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I mean, and you know, when it comes to like the Dutch ovens, like that's more so Kerrie Joy. That's me causing the flatulence problems. But I'm just anyway.
But I just feel like no matter how great somebody is, like you haven't had to read everybody poops.
But exactly. But she loves me in spite of, so it's all good. But no, I couldn't be more happy with my life. Like, and you know, have been really interested in just like reminding people of who they are, and you know, helping them really like kind of do that deep dive of understanding their authentic selves and like not being afraid of that person, because I was afraid of who I was, so afraid. And so thank you. I really appreciate that.
Is housing and jobs diversity.
My God, my pleasure. I think everybody deserves to be seen or needs to feel seen, and that is sort of. For me, having been as close to normative as you can possibly be in the world, and still feel so far from what's considered to be the goal or the ideal. It's like, God, what does everybody else have to feel? And we call that privilege now, but we didn't have language way back. Knowing that I was different made it really easy eventually to start owning it, but I thought this would be the thing that always held me back. The reason I, would never succeed in business, or like the best I could hope for was to go marry a pastor who wouldn't beat me, and I wouldn't be in Smith County. You know,
that was literally it. That was the goal.
Yeah. I still have to. I still know which battles I need to ask my husband, who is wonderful, by the way, to go fight for me. Where I'm like, go do this, because if I ask, you're going to say no, but if you ask, it's just going to happen. And he's seen how differently we're treated. So even though he was a good dude, now he is like full on, like straight, like he gets it, because he's had to see it now in a way that he never had before. So
Absolutely. I can't wait to meet your hubby.
He's cute. I love him. He's got the bluest eyes I've ever seen, and this big old smile, and he likes high school movies. And my favorite movie is Apocalypse Now, I'm not gonna lie, but his is like, he has a subscription to the Lifetime channel. He like will watch Christmas movies and cry like with water every day. It's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And he's like, what? Okay, toxic masculinity is what tells you that I'm not that manly, but I'm in touch with my feelings.
Exactly.
And he just,
and I still beat your ass. How about that?
Yes.
I'm not trying to speak for him, but I'm just saying.
Oh no, he will. He is a very good angry white man.
Right. That's dope. That's dope.
But even one of the activists I work with, Iris Butler, she calls me mom and him dad for obvious reasons. But she's over here like a lot. She's not here tonight, but she's with us most nights. And she'll be like, Dad, I need you to get the manager. He'll be like, I'm on it. Like, Mom, I think we need some Karen over here. I'm like, I got it. It's just so weird that we are still there as something that needs to be deployed in order to get basic needs met. But
no, but I mean, and that's why I have to say, like, you know, that's I'm just grateful that you know where your privilege lies. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I've had to talk about this with my students a lot too. Like, I know for a fact, first of all, you know, the majority of my life, I lived or performed as, you know, a straight woman. You know what I'm saying? And there was privilege there in that space as well that I have to acknowledge, whether I like it or not. Like, it exists. You know what I'm saying? And so there's privilege in that space that I had to acknowledge. But then also, like, being an able-bodied person, knowing that we have to know when to step in and know when the marginalized groups are being attacked, you know what I'm saying, and be that shield. Like, it is what it is. That's what humanity can look like if we actually exercise it. You know what I'm saying?
Remediated the soils between 1993 and 2011.
So as you guys can see, these meetings are incredibly boring. It's a lot more fun to talk about pretty much anything.
After that,
I've seen people playing Pokemon Go while sitting in city council chambers, and I don't blame them at all. A lot of good raise up there.
But I'm glad y'all are here. I'm glad y'all are, you know, committed to trying to pay attention to what's going on in these spaces. And no, honestly, like, if I'm available, I would love to. MK, I'm just putting that out.
Let's do it. All right, I will do this every week until everybody's here, because I'm never going to run for office. I don't. So I would much rather have this platform and just make fun of whoever's on the podium messing up and highlight issues than anything else. So yes, standing invitation. Ooh, look at that! Yay!
Appreciate it. I'm also never running for office. I just want to put that out there for the people that have asked. I love you. I appreciate you. I see you. I hear you. That's just not my space. I am an artist that's going to do what I got to do. On the other side of things, I will shake shit up in politics forever. Like, don't ever worry about it. But I'm not. Just being married to it. I'm just like,
really worked very hard on getting the word out to their.
I want to have kids. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you do
have kids pretty soon. Yeah. And so, you know, just kind of starting that conversation and figuring out what that's going to look like in the future. I don't know what the hell that would be like with both of us. No.
The overall design process included 3 community meetings.
Yay, I can't wait for that. That'll be amazing.
They're going to be so cool. They're going to be the coolest kids.
Oh, they're going to be the coolest kids. Oh, I can't wait. We're going to have to, I almost want to have another just so we can have play dates.
Yes.
The finished product included.
Unfortunately, it's true. Sloppy Not Drunk is saying about mental illness. Unfortunately.
Here on the slide, active living.
There are too many people who don't get the treatment because it's treated. Admitting you have the problem is basically tantamount to refusing to fix it and the punishment continuing, if that makes sense. Like, getting treatment is tantamount to giving up on doing things differently, you know? It's a moral failure. It's so twisted.
The most important focus is the trail system that
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Along with
Appreciate that.
things
Jessica's a
native
reporter,
grasses
so
and,
like
enhanced
she's covered
crosswalks and
she's covered lots of interesting stuff.
as well
So
as like
Yeah, no, I've seen her. I've seen her work. Yeah. Thank you for being here so much.
absolutely, this is
So,
none of this was planned at all.
the
It's just
current
like I
status
really
is
didn't
that
understand how
actually
boring
the
this is going to be.
construction has just been completed. It was open to the public.
And by boring, I mean like not you, obviously. It's like
so-
whew, all right.
No, yeah, I mean, there's honestly not as much going on tonight. It's just
the grasses and
like, how can we plan to gentrify the city?
but you can
know, which is just what they've been doing for.
And we're really excited that the neighbors now have access to that.
I want to, if I could use this opportunity to really ask the people out there, especially in other districts. I mean, Candi's made it very clear, like, if you have an issue and you want to run against her, she was like, listen, I'll teach you the process. Like, I ain't scared. But for those out there in other districts, at large, all of that stuff, please, yo, run for office, man. Because we need to flip the city council. Like we need to flip it 100%, especially, and if you're in Aurora too, because they have literally they have lost their damn minds in Aurora, especially with the police.
Yes.
And you already know they're like out of their fucking minds right now. So please run for office, get involved, canvas campaign for people that you know should be in DC, prioritize the Black and brown voices, prioritize the trans voices, like all of the people that have been denied throughout this process. And
for social change.
Let's see what we can do in the future. I mean, it's up to us. It's up to us. So.
In the Universal African People's Organization.
In the future, I see these meetings being a hell of a lot more entertaining because we doing some good shit.
Yes. Yes. They'll be entertaining because we're here and everybody's going to have to step their game up when they realize they're being not only watched, but laughed at.
A very gentrified community. Seeing that the city is founded for one for the past 10 years, I have no choice but to go with it. The only question I had was, it looks like we did enough outreach.
Yes, I hear you, Mike. I don't know you, you know what I'm saying? And if your community supports you, know, like when I say your community, you know what I'm talking about. We use that word really loosely sometimes, but the people that have been left out of conversations,
where it could be encampments, supervising encampments.
If I could just add to that, use the word community very cautiously and carefully, especially as a white person or a white passing person, because it's a little grotesque to say my community backs me and then bring out something very stereotypical, like say a Chicano bike gang.
Right.
To line in front of your house, especially when all of the people in aforementioned gang don't actually live in your district.
Well,
let's
talk about
districts for areas like this to be.
No, that's real.
House neighbors who reside in.
She's just running away from the real issue. Amanda's running away. Like,
so that's all I had.
It's such, but I mean, you know, she won the race based on her name.
Have silence.
You know, and she runs her district based on her name. You know, and the Sandoval name. And I'm just like, ain't nobody got time for that. Like, ain't no space for that mob mentality anymore. You're right. Awkward. So yeah.
Not see you, but we can hear you.
I want her to do better. That's up to her.
Oh, now we can. Go ahead.
I want everybody to do
my name
better.
Is Jeremy Silas.
I want what's best for you. Can't you see that?
I'm just like, if y'all do better, then like it makes it better for us, you know. And that's just the reality of it. Like,
one of the murals.
It ain't hard. It ain't hard. You're saying from like you were little that you had to assimilate. I knew there's something wrong with me, that I had opinions that people didn't want to hear them. And if I open my mouth, I'm going to say the wrong thing. Even if I give the right answer, it's the wrong thing to say. That has never changed. I know that I'm like I can be a very polarizing presence anywhere I go, just because people act like I'm a bomb. Like, no, like I'm not a bully. I'm not actually volatile. I'm very like right here, but I will raise my voice.
Yeah.
And if you come at me, did that tagger go crazy? Did that tagger go tagger?
Right. That part. That part. Absolutely. Absolutely. Some people just deserve it, man. It's just, it is what it is. Cause I'm the same way. Like I'm very chill, very even chill. But 49 start pushing certain buttons or you start like attacking certain people. I'm very protective, I should say. So when you start like attacking, Black and brown folks specifically, like the people that I have been, my family, like that's me. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get into that attack mode, like you never know what's going to happen at that point because everybody is out here just trying, and that's the thing that I wish more people would understand is that as much as like I disagree with a lot of motherfuckers in this space right now, we all actually want the same things. I know. Like, as much as you don't want to admit it, like I recognize that we all gotta eat, and we all gotta survive. And what I know is that I may not want you to eat at my table. You know what I'm saying? Like because you've shown your ass, like you've shown where you are. You know what I'm saying? Like you show your understanding of the world and humanity and how you view people that look like me or whatever the case might be, and you're ignorant.
The reason why
it doesn't
is because
like, I'm really, really hoping that we get to the point that we understand as human beings, how powerful we could be as a collective, and to stop holding like bullshit systems that we create. Like we created it. We, as a people, it was constructed so we can construct something different. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. And so like those are the things that like I want to have a conversation with Amanda Sandoval about. You know what I mean? Like, why are you maintaining bullshit? And why did you run if you wanted to maintain bullshit? Like, what are you here for then?
Thank you, Madam President.
If you want to maintain the same thing, then why did you even run? Why'd you put your head in the game? I don't understand.
I was looking at here today.
And if you identify so strongly as a part of the Latinx community, then how are you okay with stopping your activism and changing the name of La Raza Park and feeling like your work is done?
Private owners and not the city.
100%. 100%. I mean, you can't. And that's where all that performative shit comes in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't change the name of La Raza Park and then be like, oh, but I don't want to abolish the police because of black and brown on brown crime. Like, what? It's just all lip service. It's all lip service, and the reality is that the community has been fighting to. They don't even call it Columbus Park. You know what I'm saying? Like for years, I'm new to Denver, and I know it. So it wasn't an Amanda Sandoval thing. It was the community got together and was like, fuck that. Like we're not. Of course, this is La Raza Park. And of course she's changing the name officially. That's great, but like like you said, it's just you can't stop there. And also, like, not only just stopping there, but you
south of Mr.
You have to recognize that, like, the two sorry, they're kind of distracting me as they talk. But the two
North Grand.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the two can't exist. They can't coexist. You can't simultaneously vote for like eminent domain. You can't simultaneously vote to not abolish the police that's been terrorizing your community for generations, and then be like, "But I changed the name of La Raza Park." That don't mean shit.
Build, and he's told that it completely rezoned.
But and I don't think she realized, or at least like this was my take on it, as it happened when I saw that picture of the bikes and the bikers all around the house. I was like, that feels like an advertisement for community defense right there. The best one I've seen. There's a threat. She didn't call the police. She called the biker gang.
Right.
So I've got a
stalker. No, that's real. That's a real
stalker. But he's a stalker. Right? So I called the anarchists.
Right. Exactly. And that's what we're saying. We can take care of ourselves and take care of each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, totally. That's real. That's a really good point.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure that
I'm very interested to see what's going to happen tomorrow, though.
Is tomorrow possible?
So it's tomorrow, and let me pull up the flyer. Tomorrow at
with Mr.
Let me pull it up.
After.
So okay,
because there are some
Wednesday is the meeting on homelessness and safety, or as I like to call it, the unhoused and the murderers.
Right, exactly. So that's going to be the safety committee at 10 a.m. On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, right? Okay, this is Monday. Is it Monday?
Yep, it's Monday today.
Okay, so not tomorrow. Sorry. Because you're the third person today that's been like on Tuesday or
Thank you,
tomorrow,
Madam
and I'm like, wait,
President.
no.
I have a couple of questions to the Parks Department.
No, I got you. All the days just have fucking, you know.
Parkland as
Wait till you have a newborn.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
what.
like COVID.
later after we complete this
But,
reason. Is there a reason why we didn't just do it all at the same time?
I'm just trying to look up this thing.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councilwoman. Yes, the plan is definitely to designate this park after it is rezoned. It's not a great answer. It's just typically how it's
The
done.
link to the live stream will be shared 1 hour before the event. But there is a Facebook event, so I'm going to give you all of that right now. So here's a link.
Together and maybe
Here's a link to submit questions that you might have. For all the people that want to hold Amanda accountable and have some questions specifically for her, please go ahead and send it there.
The roundtable is tomorrow, correct?
I
Got you.
actually,
Okay.
Supervisor Kathleen
At 7 p.m. And then the Facebook event link is right here.
Let me go on to my next question, and maybe she might have some response by the time I get done with this next question.
Yeah, so that tidy URL link is for questions. If you have any questions that you would want for your other community members to be asking, please submit it there. And then the second link is the event itself.
Wastewater funds in it.
It's going to be a very interesting conversation.
Everywhere, but I can also go back and double check, because the fun thing about this, I'm streaming to like every platform
I know. I love it.
It's like everywhere, so I will go back and make sure that these links posted in every single location.
Changes, Lori, and you're a little newer to the project. I actually don't believe that the entire site can be dedicated as a park because there is a significant Excel easement for the power lines that I
He's looking out the window.
complicates the dedication. So we may need
He's like,
to
I think it's Scott
do it.
Ortega's first
Oh,
question.
CPV from the planning department, I think. I know he's been working on the east
easements
the east central, the plan that the gentrification shit that they're doing, and like District 10, District 5, I think a little bit of 9. It's like right across the street from
You're
there.
not 100% sure. Perhaps caveat that answer.
I don't know what he's on.
So
okay.
I'm trying to establish a timeline in my head.
I don't know if you got an answer.
How long have you been with you and Candi been together?
It's going on 3 years.
Okay, so you would have just gotten together when she decided to run.
Yep.
Losing my
Yeah, she said that she was going to run it was December 2017, and we got together in January of 2018.
So we need to just clarify.
That's I gave birth to Violet, my fourth, in January 2018.
Aw, good things happen.
The baby that damn near killed me, which I'm thinking that election might have had the same effect on you.
Anyway,
yeah, it was pretty crazy. But so how old is she now? Then about almost 3. And
Yeah.
then you said it almost 3. I would love to learn more if you're
on the line.
Wait,
as well.
I would love to learn more if you're interested in sharing.
Oh my God, of course. So we always really wanted a big family, and we knew. So everyone in my family has had to have a hysterectomy by the age of 35. I never, because I'm so socially unacceptable, I never really expected that I would have the family that I wanted. So I was trying to create a career that would be a good consolation prize I could live with. 'Cause a lot of people who just never quite get what they wanted. That's so far out of your control. So I decided to make a big change when I was 31 and approach this the same way I approach everything else. I'm like, right, silence is violence. I've never gotten what I wanted by like kind of hoping that it happened. So let's do this differently. And I made up a list of things I wanted to do with the rest of my life. And the thing at the top, like, was I really want to have a big family. And then I went through and was like, okay, the thing, if you're on your deathbed, look back at that list. And this list was like 4 notebooks full. It was just ridiculous. It's like it took days to do. Then it's like take a highlighter and go highlight the things that if you were to die, be on your deathbed, you would be sad that you hadn't done. Like your life would have, lost meaning because you didn't do these things. And you had having that big family. And then finally, I'd like out of those pages and pages, I got like 10 items. And then if I'm going to do X, have big family, then I need to find a partner who is Y. And then I came up with 6 attributes. And I prayed for the first time in almost 15 years. I was like, all right, tell you what, Lord, if I find somebody who's 5 out of 6 and he's not creepy or already married, then I'm being greedy. And I need you to remind me to humble myself because you just brought me 5 out of 6. I had known my husband at that point for 3 years, and I wanted nothing to do with him. He was one of those guys who walked in the room, you just like, you look down. Oh, sorry, wait. Is he gone? You know, like,
yeah, thanks for the question.
That was my husband, and we
mentioned the substance
in a place together. And I sat down at that table, and we started talking while we awkwardly waited for other people that were supposed to be meeting us to show up. They never did. And I realized in a few minutes that he was my
legal description.
he was like out of some of the things I was greedy and left off the list. And I went into this is no joke. I went in the bathroom. This is in New York City, Lower East Side, and I like beat my head against the side of the stall in the bathroom and was like, "Alex Fleming, really?" And I was like, right, okay. The problem is my attitude. What have I not noticed before? And that was when I saw the bluest eyes. I'd never seen the color before because I've been avoiding his eyes, and I saw his smile. And he was really excited about the challenges of supply chain management. He had never thought about it before. And this is a job he totally didn't want at business school. And he was really boring, like a city council meeting, but he was so excited about it. Right. And I told him on our second date that I have a list and it's hard to explain, but you know what? I'm a loudmouth and I don't hide it real good, so I'm not going to try anymore. I want to get married. I want to have 4 kids. If I'm going to do that, I'm not going to be able to sleep with you and then ask my friends if this is a relationship because that's stupid anyway. So I'll give you 6 months if you think you really want to date, great. But if you're like, if this is too much, then I mean, it's just not going to get better from here for you. So if you want to run, I'll get
Thank you, Councilwoman.
He was like,
Councilman Hines, you're up.
I'm okay.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Thank you, colleagues who've come before me. I certainly also have the same
We got
question.
engaged.
And
6 weeks later.
As a person who's not familiar with the city,
I love
if
I was pregnant.
showed up on the title of a bill.
3 weeks after our wedding and gave birth.
Thank you for
2.5 months before
city staff for
our
clarifying that.
first anniversary.
Wow.
And boy, let me tell you, my hometown was counting the days.
I'm sure they were.
Currently not.
Yes. Hey. But you know, you woman that knows what you want now. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's what they told us all to be, right? And then when we would ask, we didn't ask correctly.
Right.
Or ambitious. Or, you know, it's there's a lie there that we never address. The distance between the right answer and the true answer, and that's where I like to dance.
Yes.
No, that's beautiful. I mean, it's very like me and Candi same. You know, we met at the Women's March actually. We were both speaking that day. And it just, and I had heard about her. I had kind of known a little bit about her just because it's hard not to know, you know, about this badass and beautiful things. And so,
Trail system does encompass.
and so I was really nervous when I met her. I had known a little bit about her, but yeah, you know, we connected and like went on our first date, and it was literally love at first sight. It was just like, this is all I want for the rest of forever. Because she's, you know, like, not only is she beautiful and funny, but she's like,
one of the things
she
that
will challenge you to be the best version of yourself every single day. And, you know, and that's everything that I wanted.
There is immediately south of
somebody that didn't just see,
but there's a railroad track. This park and Argo Park.
The physical, you know, was able to really understand that spiritual connection and also know, like, you know, I remember telling her, like, I know I've met you before in another lifetime. Like, I know I have. It's groundwork that's already been built, you know, for generations. And so I promised her I'd find her every lifetime. And so, you know, what happens in the next one too. But
this sounds like a movie that my husband would watch.
Yeah.
Outlander, or I think what it's called. Like they're in love through the ages.
About this area.
I don't know that one.
There's some able-bodied.
No, I don't know that one.
Recommend it.
Outlander.
Certainly
I
don't.
was thinking Age of Adeline, but I don't think that's right.
Access,
I think that's a different storyline that I can't. I'm not good at movies. I don't remember movies well at all.
That's.
I have a memory for some things, except most of the movies that he watches, which all feel like the same thing. Either it's Christmas or it's not.
That includes.
Yeah.
I feel like me and your husband would get along because I'm a big sap. I love.
Presentation says
Yeah, he is the best, and he's a huge sap. I just adore him. He'll have his moments where it's like, we need to watch Battlestar Galactica all over again. We'll do that, but yeah, for the most part, he's a huge sap. But you met, and it was love at first sight. And has she said anything like, I'm going to run for office, that had you going like, well, wait.
Well, I knew when we met that she was running, and it was something that we talked about briefly. But I was just like, whatever you want to do, I support you. Like, I know why you're running. Like, I know you, I know your heart. And your community has been asking you to do this for I don't even know how long. I just met so many people that really loved and admired, will still love and admire everything that she stands for, and continues to prove all of the reasons why she deserves to be in this seat. The fact that she's going to she didn't come into the seat by herself, and she knows that. She has the audacity to not forget where she comes from, and brought everybody with her to that seat. And so I had that understanding of who she was at that time, and I was just like, listen, I'll help. I'll do whatever I got to do to get you in that seat, because you deserve to be there, and we need you there, quite frankly. So yeah, I got to work. I was just like, what do I need to do? And so we were out there canvassing in the freezing colds. We were, I held a couple of concerts for her. Did some fundraising, stuff like that, and that's the reason we won. Honestly, was because we outworked Albus Brooks. Like, they were really resting on the establishment that had sanctified them. They were like, you are the anointed position. But no, we got to work, and we're not, definitely not afraid of work. And so so it was an interesting conversation to have, to figure out what would this look like as far as you being an elected official. And I was scared. I can't even lie. She was scared. We were both a little nervous. What is this going to look like? How is this going to really inform our future? But we have each other, and we need everybody got his back.
I actually, if it's okay, I would like to kick it over
because that is such a big thing that can. I was a White House intern. I was a White House intern, and I started, and then the following week, who would become a household name. So it was a really awesome time to be at the White House, to tell you what. But I remember thinking that whole experience, I'm already too loud, too much, too brazen, too brazen, too opinionated, too whatever. And there's no way I could keep all of these interests happy. Politics is not going to be my thing ever. So, and I'm always so impressed by people who go charging headfirst into it and do well by being themselves, because there is such, as we know, there's a price you pay for being yourself, and you realize it takes a long time to be okay with that price and realize that what you were letting go of wasn't serving you anyway, which is why no one's really happy till they're in their 40s. I think. Right. But I just love that this seems to work so well for her. This is watching her shine, seeing her support on Twitter, seeing how people react to you. All of it, that more than anything, gives me so much hope for the future, because it really does feel like there's a change afoot. The generation coming up now has seen that price and has seen the lie, and is like, I'm done.
Bullshit. Yeah,
I am what you raised. Deal with it.
Right. Exactly. And I'm not gonna. And thankfully, they're not apologizing for it anymore. It's funny. I have a friend. She actually helped to record the Demystify videos, and you should see me recording the videos. Every time I mess up, I'm always I have learned how to apologize. It's the one thing that I have been great at for so long in my life, just because I was supposed to be sorry about everything, and because everything was, we had that conversation already, but it's
apology, not the sort where you can move on. It's a pause, right? I'm sorry, and you wait. as opposed to, oh, I'm sorry, and you step, and that's the difference.
There's a big difference. Absolutely. I wasn't taught to necessarily step. You know what I'm saying? It was just more of like this reaction that I had just because of internalized trauma and all of that. But it's beautiful to see, especially a lot of young people right now, the millennials that are just like really unapologetic. They're just like, I'm not going to apologize for existing and for recognizing my humanity. And like you said, everything that they tell you to be and that they're encouraging you to be, but they don't really mean it because they just want you to be cogs in this wheel. Like they just want you to be laborers and really just contribute to a few people's success in this world. But I know that we are, and I said this on the Brother Jeff show the other day, I know that we are not just like turning a new page. Like this is a whole new book, and it is being written by like the people of this upcoming generation, and they're just, whether America likes it or not, like they're going to have to get with the times. It is what it is. Yep. It is what it is, and I'm here for it.
I had an answer to Councilman Flynn's question.
I'm here for it. You were ushered in that first wave.
I have outlived
vote her in
3 generations
after
Trump. So
that would have been probably the first major election afterwards. Like the wave of women.
Issues
that and it was. I mean, and that's been beautiful. It's still crazy to me
of the site,
that,
and that
for the first time in history, we have Native American women in Congress. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's insane. I'm just like, they're the matriarchs of this country. They're the only reason why, like, the settlers, even, like, the colonizers even existed. Like, we're even able to make it because they taught them how to exist on this land. And so the fact that this is the first time that they're in position of perceived power is crazy to me, but this is just the beginning. Like,
very much, if any, of the site.
I'm really, really excited, and I'm really excited to see how we get into this system and ultimately create something new where it's like we're dismantling it at the same time, because we already know
on the trail
having people in these positions that
can't. We need
to
get
look like us. It shit doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like the system itself was designed to work the way that it's working. You know what I'm saying? And so, I'm very excited to kind of just envision in the future what it can look like for a complete, like, let's break this whole foundation down and start over with something that is more communal, something that has been perverted, throughout generations. Like Black and brown people specifically were taught to like hate the communal parts of their history and their cultures because they were told that it was, it was not of God and it wasn't moral and it was all that other bullshit that has been internalized over time. And so I know people are scared of communism. I know people are scared of socialism, whatever. Like, this shit ain't working. Do something different. That's all it is. Like, you drive at 100 miles per hour.
I don't want to minimize how the Soviet Union went wrong, and the murder and the oppression and the genocide. Like, those aren't small, tiny things. It's not like we'll do it better. There were the issues with the way socialism and communism presented in Russia. We're Cold War kids that are having a really hard time letting go of all of the propaganda that was fed down our throats, baby birds, when we were growing up. Only realized that caring about each other and paying into a communal pot.
Just a quick question.
That is not the same as centralized planning. You can do it in a decentralized.
901 parcel.
Right, and a lot of times people conflate the two. Like, it's definitely not the same. Yeah,
owned it at some point.
Absolutely. So. That's what gives me hope.
We've been going through this,
reading books like Octavia Butler books, and those are some of the things that give me hope. Like envisioning something completely different.
I think that's after futurism. I'm gonna get it wrong. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't necessarily
futurism, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it didn't necessarily have like that label attached to it at the time. It was more so like, this is sci-fi, and she was a black woman in that space, which was just unheard of.
I was gonna say I can't
so long, but
parcel without.
And that's, I feel like that's all I talk about nowadays is Afrofuturism. Because I'm just like, all right, y'all, I know we're mad. I know we're pissed off. I know this shit isn't working. So what are we building?
Right? And
you know what I'm saying? that's literally the only question I have for you. Like, then what are we building? Because if there are no alternatives, then we're all doomed. Like, we gotta create something else. And so, I think, shout out to a lot of the educators that have really been, or have done this for years, but have really been pulling Afrofuturism into these spaces, so that young people can like reclaim their imagination. They haven't been given the opportunities to dream. They've only been given the opportunities to give their bodies and their labor and their time to this system. And that's what they have historically been taught. That's what they're still being taught to a large extent. But there are some teachers out there that have been like bold enough. Like, these are individuals that are going to create something beautiful in the future. Why not equip them with all of the opportunities to dream of a better world and to create that better world, and to not feel like they have to go along with this assembly line called school, because that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, here's this grade A meet. Go ahead and
sell off one that we owned within the same
anyway.
bracket of things that we were
No, the science fiction and have been forever. Specifically the dystopian type of science fiction, because it really hit on my, I didn't realize this until like years later, it really hit on my trauma in an interesting space, because the process of going through therapy and working through the intergenerational trauma is how you stop making the same bad choices over and over, even though you don't really realize that you're doing it at the time. So by reading, like, one society would destroy itself only to recreate the same thing with them at the top and the others at the bottom, and that became that never-ending cycle was so interesting to me, because it could either be really depressing or it could be incredibly hopeful. And there is a hope in Afrofuturism that does not really exist in your Ray Bradbury style white, because it is a very white genre, science fiction.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I know that's been shifting a lot. I mean, it has for a long time, but now finally a lot of like Black and brown voices are being given the attention that they've always deserved. But no, I agree 100%. I really, because I feel like, my brother had said this to me a few years ago, like, Black and brown people have for way too long been the moral compass of the world. You know what I'm saying? Because, and the reality is that, a lot of people, a lot of white folks are afraid of, Black and brown people stepping into their power, because they think that they're going to do exactly, they're going to do to them what was done to us, and to a large extent, there's bloodshed is inevitable in a lot of ways, just simply because, let's think of any country that has absolutely that has really tried to liberate themselves and has become, successful in any way. There's been a revolution. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reality that we have to really embrace as we move forward. But at the same time, Black and brown folks have always been able to elevate humanity in every single conversation, and to make sure that is the priority of every single conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we've seen historically throughout history, and I think that's what has failed us a lot, when, especially like in when we talk about like American schools and what is being taught as far as American history is concerned. It's about, like, we glorify rapists and murderers, and and instead of glorifying the people that have always prioritized humanity in these spaces, why is it that a war hero that was fighting a war that they very likely did not understand? Like, I remember the guy that was on comment earlier talking about, like, well, these American citizens,
we said
American citizens, we need to stop fighting them like we're fighting the Taliban. Why are we even fighting the Taliban? Why are we over there?
Here that they contributed.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we there in the first place?
Okay.
And so
that they were due.
That is like our understanding of what success and glory is. It's like this, fighting this war that doesn't necessarily end up in like really
planning and all of it.
More humanistic like culture, but a more
quick comment just about.
I'm having a hard time articulating what I'm trying to say right now, but you know,
I think they're doing a brilliant job of it.
We have to learn to take the lead of Black and Brown voices because they have historically
that source of funding. Now
when I
that
say taking the higher ground, I don't mean taking shit, but I mean like have learned that
also fairly
that violence does not like violence.
To acknowledge
that he only leads them. You know what I'm saying? Like they have had to understand that in order to survive, to be quite honest. And the communal cultures that they've had that have been perverted over generations are the only things that have actually sustained humanity, because it sustains relationship with each other and it sustains relationship with the earth. Everything else is we're going to be left to, you know, to destroy ourselves ultimately.
You know, I think
pretty much.
It's rare.
I know there was a long period left to my own devices. I would have destroyed myself.
You know, this small,
and I tried real hard.
As much as it has.
Right. Same. I've been there. You know,
bring residents
for sure. It's
the other major.
It's because a lot of times that's what we're taught, and don't really recognize what it looks like to actually sustain things. You know what I'm saying? To think of from the generations ahead, which is, you know, exactly what a lot of our indigenous cultures do is today. What's going to happen, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years from now.
Right? They held the city's feet to the fire, but as partners.
I don't talk a lot. I'm sorry.
So
no, I think it's gorgeous. I love it because I don't think what they're saying right now. I heard feet and fire. I've been waiting to hear, like in the back of my brain, like, oh, there's a second. I'm a Latina. Like, right. For the record, I did look at the agenda for tonight. There is not a lot on here that needs a whole lot of commentary. This is one of those meetings that I would probably classify as a circle jerk, where everybody comes around and says, like, we have been working on these and here it is, and we're really happy because we've served the people. And here's a presentation with some math, because nothing proves a point like math.
And just how complicated it is because of the Superfund site.
Yeah, I agree.
Because of where it's
Superfund is one of my favorite words. Like, that is such a white thing. We're going to give it, we couldn't put super or ultra on it. It's like, and it's going to sound cool. The Superfund sites in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
It's Superfund. It's like, it's a landfill.
Right. It's that period. Like, it's
like two-legged insects that crawl up the walls.
Yes. Something we started in 2006. Voting on tonight.
We're so stupid.
And so talk about legacy.
And by we, I mean white people.
Talk about history
really
in that neighborhood.
So, you know, we so many of us are too. But there's a lot of there's a lot of ignorance. There's a lot of because they can afford to be ignorant.
No, we're not taking no for
Must be nice.
So
yeah.
Thank you for doing that for this community. And with that too, Councilwoman Kamich's point, it absolutely meets all the criteria on here. And for people who have questions around that area, if you have any questions on the zoning or what you can be built, feel free to reach out to our office. We're always willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sandoval. And I'm happy to wrap up the comments on this. I can't believe that it was in 2012 that you all started this process, and knowing that this all meets the criteria for this rezoning, but on that same day,
everything about city council, everything.
At the same time,
and we didn't even bother to translate this, but you know what? I think where the translation and the like putting like the little my pithy commentary up here in the form of a banner. What was some of the stuff I said last week? I was on fire. That meeting made me so mad. I went into it not really expecting on Wednesday or even Monday night, like what I never know what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm not going to lie to you. I very rarely know before it, like I let her rip. White privilege. But my God, I had a whole lot of fun. It's like,
Herndon?
No, I caught a little bit of it. I didn't get to catch the whole thing, but I'm here for all your commentary. I'm okay.
Ortega.
All of it.
Sandoval. Aye. Sawyer.
I think this is like one of the things. So this here is an example of something that I was understanding as I decode the white people polite conversation in the meeting that I heard on Wednesday. And you're going to see double this in the meeting on Wednesday when we're discussing the police contract. I can't wait for them to show up and testify. How much you want to bet anybody turns around and watches Monday night? Is there anybody there that's like warning them, like a clerk or something that's like, hey, I don't know, but like people, this video got viewed like 9,000 times. Maybe you should make it a private meeting.
Oh, I'm sure that, yeah, I am sure they were having those conversations. I have no doubt that they've been trying to find out how they can make it, you know, they've already figured it out as far as going virtual without any participation from the public at all. Even though after reading the charter, like, I don't think there's technically, I don't think they're supposed to be going virtual, but you know what I'm saying? Process only means whatever they can do to maintain the current structure. Like that's what process actually means to them. But yeah, I know for a fact that they're trying, and I don't know what the next iteration of, you know, suppressing the voice of the people is going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly.
Lucky for you, not even the weight of the church could suppress my voice. And now we have social media. So we can make voices heard now.
So, yes.
I would love to see them try to shut me up. It's gonna be fun. Just glad you're here for the ride.
I'm here. I'm super here for it.
You know, funny enough, Elizabeth Epps was saying on her Twitter this morning, John Thompson died, the Hoyas basketball coach. I went to Georgetown, and one of the things we all thought when we went to Georgetown was like, oh, basketball. No, that stops like right before we showed up. Very unfortunate, but I also thought it was going to be a predominantly black school. Why not DC, whatever? Yeah, no. I'm one of the only people from Georgetown that had black roommates consistently throughout, not every year, but 3 of the 4. And one of the things, Michelle, who is, again, she's a cardiologist now. She's incredibly classy, very smart, and very much more soft-spoken than I am for all kinds of reasons. But I remember, again, when we didn't have the language of privilege, it would be like, MK, can you say this? It'd be like, yeah. Let whatever rip to get a point across, because I could be either more likely to be heard or more likely to be responded to than she was. And that was kind of gratifying for me the moment that I was like, oh, I'm living my best life, was when I was doing a live stream back when all this started. Because I went quiet for the sake of my kids for 7 years. Like, the one time I kind of stuck my head out and got excited again was when the National Bailout Day became a thing. Before that, if you'd asked me, like, I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, I'm an abolitionist. But I mean, I wouldn't have said that now because nobody knew what that was. Even that movement hadn't really started. Like, you sounded like a nut if you were like, the 3 carceral C's. I go to a city council meeting. Oh my God. None of that. And when the National Bailout Day started and that real movement, and then we got 2 states to eliminate cash bail, I was just like, things are really happening. Oh my God. And then really this year I got tear gassed on my way to George Floyd's vigil. It was like, oh wait, what? I didn't even see that coming. I ran from my house. It was like, oh, I'll run downtown, be there for the protest, be back by dinner, get everybody in bed. Yeah, no. Am I disturbing the meeting? Do I need to be more quiet?
No, you're good. You're good.
I was like, what? Are appropriate. As long as you're not getting in trouble with the wife.
No, I mean, you know, that's inevitable. I'm gonna get in trouble for something.
For me.
Always.
Oh my God.
I'll show you the hand.
One of the moments of living my best life was when Michelle, one of my former roommates, was like, thank you for saying this. Thank you for still saying the things that I can't. And I about fell apart crying in front of the camera. Like, okay, Michelle, I promise. White people don't do this. Most of my videos is exactly that. Like, could you not? Thanks. Literally.
And now, you know, I'm also, like, you know, exceptionally grateful for the opportunity to expansion, like, for me to speak as a Black woman, and for like a white woman to be like, no, listen to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of the day,
recommendations and comprehensive plan.
I really do want to be able to speak for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, as we all should be able to. And so I'm grateful for like all of the attention that
the zoning
allies are bringing to Black and brown people that are speaking up, and they're just like, no, I'm not taking up space here. I'm just here to make sure that you heard what she said, or you heard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's called harm reduction. Yeah,
right, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like Wall Moms formed, and I jumped on that when they were like, I was watching. I was like, maybe I should start it. They had just started the page. There were like 60 members. I'm like, and they already knew me from Twitter, and I had like 90 followers 2 months ago. I was like, how do you know? No one has ever said that to me. Where do you know me from Twitter? Like, I retweet Elizabeth Epps and Joshua Potash and Maria Makaba, and that's like it. So it was an amazing conversation. But I'm still one of the admins. I'm one of the people who runs the Facebook page. Well, moms, but I did it all in the name of harm reduction. I'm like, the last thing they need right now is white women coming out the suburbs being like, here I come to say, woo, what do I do?
Amen to that.
I want the Black woman to tell me what to do. I've been listening. I know. Black woman, tell me what to do. You need a Black leader. Who wants to be my Black leader? Like that's
right. Because you already been
listening. The riots.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Nah, I mean, like, big love to Wall of Moms though, because I've had this conversation with a lot of people. Like, yes, it's important. I believe in protesting. No questions about that, right? Because we got to be out there making it extremely clear and making it extremely uncomfortable for people that want to act like these problems don't exist. But at the same time, I really appreciate like the I would say
African People's Organization.
The recognition of privilege in those spaces, right? And knowing that, don't get me wrong, the police don't give a fuck about any of us, right? But like they will hesitate.
Portability,
they might hesitate if you're white. You know what I'm saying? Like they might think about it first if you're white. You feel me like that? I don't know if you saw that video that's been circulating. I think it was like over the weekend and it's today. This dude that was approached by a police officer. He was getting into his truck and he was trying to stop him. And like, is this white man? And so he's like, nah, like I'm getting in my truck. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, I'm about to get in my truck. And he didn't get shot in the back 7 times.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
online.
There's that hesitation. They're just like, you know, and that's what's happened over the years. You know, from us being property. It's like still today, it's really hard to see Black and brown people as human. But
there are 3 structures in the backyard.
To see like a wall of
according to the
moms specifically, but like of like white moms, you know what I'm saying? To protect
I know for a fact
children, like, you know,
I do not know,
and Black and brown people in general, but I'm just saying, like, I'm thinking of that relationship of like, you know, of the mother, you know what I'm saying, like of the mother hen, just in general, understanding like how the mom has, as much as like, you know, over time we've given a lot of attention to men being the protectors or dads being the protectors. The majority of the time, that's the mama, man. It's the mama bear holding it down, and always been the hero in damn near every story, you know. And that just did my heart so much good. Like, I can't even lie. I was so of most things that I've seen throughout, like what's been going on in the past few months. Wall of Moms has probably been like the most heartwarming, you know what I'm saying? Just because
we're gonna go ahead and
we need to be protected as we're trying to fight for our lives, and we I'm grateful that there are people out there that recognize that there is like this shield of privilege that can be used sometimes, you know what I'm saying, to a certain extent, in order to serve as that protection. Like, that's dope, and that's what community looks like. So.
And I know, like last week at the sweeps, or is it the week before now? It feels days that feel like years. But Tiff Barra, I love that. She's literally Mama Bear. That's her last name. She was at the sweeps, and usually what happens in the morning, because I've got young kids, younger than most of the people in the group, so mornings are hard because that's my time with my babies. Yeah. So they go do the protest, and either I show up later after I've done the school run, or I am paralyzed in my car because the calls have already started about arrests, and I'm doing ground coordination with people who are around a city block who can't see each other that well. And then also coordinating with the person, our digital, informally call her our digital security person, because she scours everything on Twitter. She misses nothing, and she's relaying locations to me, and all of this information coming to me, assessing it all, and then filtering out back out who needs to know what.
Right.
And it was never like doled out. It just really came together in such a beautiful way that, even if I'm not showing up, I'm still showing up, and that there's a way for people to do something even if they're not physically there.
Right.
We have a lot of immunocompromised moms too, or moms with immunocompromised children or special needs children who they can't leave their side. So watching that community sort of form in such an organic way, led by Tiff, who I'm like, Tiff might not present that way. Like, I know you can see us next to each other. I like I said, I have the polarizing effect on people. They'd be like, but I'm like, Tiff is really the one you got to watch for. She is strong.
Yeah. I'm trying to know of Tiff. I'm just trying to place the
curly hair, olive complected, little. Like I said, you'd look over her until like shit went down, and then you'd be like, oh, I'm standing behind her.
Got you. Okay.
Got it.
I'll be on the lookout for her. For sure.
Well, she's going to be there at the sweeps tomorrow at 20. Is it not 25th in Acoma? 25th and
Arepa?
No, not Torres. 25th and Torres. Sorry. This is what happens when you're talking over a meeting that wasn't meant for your input anyway.
Cedarbaca?
That's real.
Aye. Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
So where's the sweep tomorrow?
Aye.
25th and let me see. She's probably.
Aye.
Tiff, Bear,
Madam
if you're
President.
watching, where's the sweep
Madam
tomorrow?
Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bill 695 has passed. Next up, Councilmember Sandoval, will you please put Council Bill 708 on the floor for passage?
I move that Council Bill.
Somebody will tweet it. Somebody will tweet it and tag us in it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I was looking for it too.
I've never really used Twitter. I had like the perfunctory business account that the marketing person said I had to open.
20-0708 is open.
Now I'm like, everything I need to know is on Twitter. Everything.
Twitter, listen, that's one of the places that I actually like. It gets accurate information. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it spreads like wildfire. I love it.
From CMX
I used to side eye Twitter a lot back in the day too. I didn't know. I didn't know how to use it.
And now, like, you're all famous and you're married to like a famous politician, so you got to be all like low key.
I mean, she's famous. That's for damn sure. All I want to do is create art, educate some kids, and maybe have once every once in a while.
Well, that's better than me. I show up, I curse a lot, rattle some cages, the occasional fence.
The total area is approximately 20,000 square feet.
Say what's in everybody's heads that they can't say, and then walk away from it. It's kind of like dropping a bomb, a brain bomb. You know I'm right.
Hey, I mean, one thing I have learned though, with like my poetry and stuff like that is, if I got a platform, I'm gonna use it. Like,
yeah,
that's it. And there's no reason to hide. Like, we got shit to talk about as a people. How about let's talk about it? And so I always tell people, like, before you book Kerrie, please be sure to understand, like, if you give me the mic, you done fucked up. You might not invite me again. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let you know what's up, because there's no time to waste. We don't have time to waste. Like, it's too much to talk about, too much that we need to work on.
We are
now. That's it.
We kind of have to, because we are now like 2 hours into this meeting, give or take a few.
subject properties.
And there, we ain't talked about Black people dying yet. Or police.
For some reason, business as usual is just, you know, I don't understand. Yes. Appreciate you, Sochi.
Mentioned are vacant
on here as well. Absolutely. That's what everybody should be doing.
Land uses in the form of
land
theater rail exist on the southern and
I mean, eminent domain, don't get me wrong, it's a thing, it matters. But rather than like talking about this and trying to get everyone's buy-in on what this is, they don't say what this is.
Right.
Say what this is?
Well, why was this bill, like, why are any of these bills on the agenda in the first place? My question is, if we are literally living through a global pandemic and we also have acknowledged in this city that racism is a public health crisis, then every fucking thing we're talking about should be about those things. That's it. That's it. Everything else can wait. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything else will be here next year if we make it. But if we don't make it, then like, what the hell's the point? But that's how you know. That's how you recognize who they're trying to build this city for. It's not for the people that are suffering. It's not for the people that are being disproportionately affected by things like COVID and police brutality at the same fucking time. You know, it is for the wealthier, whiter people that, you know, aren't going to cause any quote unquote problems or raise any issues because, you know, they're all contributing to these politicians re-elections, and like they're all in it together. You know what I'm saying? And so that's at the end of the day, I'm just like, I don't even understand why we're even having this conversation. Like, I don't even understand how city council is proceeding in a way as if the entire world is not burning because it is. You know?
Yeah. Because I'm very curious. I'm looking here because I'm that person. One of the things you learn at business school, and this was like the whole price of admission, because like it really pisses people off. Read the footnotes. Anything handed, don't start at page 1. You start at the back and you start at the footnotes, because that's the stuff they're trying to bury. And so I would be like, I've already took some screenshots when I want to come back to the stuff they skipped over. You only put that many words in a slide when you don't want people to read it. Another fun thing to learn. So I'm like, it's in fair and equitable housing. I'm like, for who? What does that look like with the mass evictions? I'm guessing this is that we are not talking about right now. Urban center neighborhood, high mix of uses. Does urban used to mean poor people? And I know that there has been on the table for a while to build a building, a 9-story building for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, that some things like the Mercury Cafe are trying to block. They don't like that. Get it? I'm with you, Mercury Cafe, but no.
Right. I was really disappointed.
So I'm guessing they're not talking about this building here. Spoiler alert, I know they're not talking about this building here. So I have to be like, okay, we're in this proposal now for townhouses to be built.
The waterway is a local.
I don't know about you, but didn't they just have somebody from Denver Homeless Out Loud speaking a minute ago, and it was the microphone wonky? Do you think he can afford a townhouse? Do you think the people he speaks for just don't have a townhouse to purchase? Are we solving a problem?
No. Ask some questions, MK. Ask them questions. No, that's real. And you know, and Jesse, that's it. That's all they care about. Dollars that, you know, listen, you know, money is a construct. Like, I don't understand how we find ourselves like so married to these things that aren't even real. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's because of the power that is associated with it. It's all about power. But yeah, Jesse has been coming to these city council meetings for shit. I don't even know how long. Probably more than I've been in this city. And it's frustrating because I'm just like, y'all want to talk about community engagement. Y'all want to talk about, you know, not hearing from community members. It's just y'all aren't hearing from, or you are hearing from people that refuse to maintain the status quo. So you choose to ignore them. You're just like, oh, that's not community speaking. That's not community engagement.
Sorry, I saw some coded language. I got to call it out. Keep talking. I'm gonna call it out.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like that's all it is, especially with zoning, because zoning in this city, especially pedestrian-friendly corridors. What does that mean, MK?
To me, that means we need to hire more police to be here to make sure that we don't have any homeless people or black people on it, because that would make it unsafe. And the only way to ensure safety is police. And the only way people are going to walk there and be pedestrians is if the area is policed. And that's where gentrification starts. The promise of policing, the promise of safety, the promise of taxes and revenues. It all comes back to police. I mean, that's what I see before it goes any. Consistency with neighborhood context. What does that mean to you, Carrie Joy?
Consistency with neighborhood context. Well, first of all, I mean, it means a lot of what you just said, right? But
council has
what I would say is
on
neighborhood context for who? Like the people that y'all are moving out of the neighborhood, or the people that y'all are trying to create this neighborhood for? You know what I'm saying? Because the people that y'all are moving out of this neighborhood, like I always find it very interesting when we look at like, absolutely so chill. She said, I don't know if you wanted to.
Oh no, I'll go back to that. Sorry.
No, you're good. But yes, absolutely sounds like 45's campaign talking points. And it's funny because 45 applies to both Mayor Michael Hancock and Donald Trump.
Go ahead,
right?
Ain't here. But like when you look at places like the River North Arts District, right? And how they're just like, oh, we need more arts and culture in this neighborhood. Well, fam, it was a historically black neighborhood. It was the Harlem of the West. Like, you didn't get more arts and culture than that. You just want more white people, and then you want to go ahead and as long as you can remove the black and brown people living in that space, then you want to, take the labor of black and brown folks, and not even as many black and brown folks as they could be, to actually like bring the arts and culture back into that space as far as murals and things of that nature. I remember, I think it wasn't until like last year that they actually really started to diversify the artists that came to like the Crust Walls event that happens every year, And so, but yeah, that context is all about like, how many black and brown folks can we push out of these neighborhoods, and how can we create something that will be, comfortable but cultural experience.
We'll bring in an Afro-Caribbean taco truck.
Right.
It's so nice.
We'll bring in an empanada taco truck and call it palm pies. That shit had me laid the fuck out, MK. Oh, like palm pies? Those are empanadas, my guy. Like,
no.
Yes.
That's real.
Yes. This is the shit.
Zone district boundaries.
That's it.
Not move with a change in zone
boundaries. I remember that. Palm pies.
We try to handle this
so the two that I have celiac, which sucks. But one of my favorite things used to be, because we could afford it, fried chicken and waffles. That was a big day when we could get it. You get the bananas to make to fill in the gaps. Like rather than make banana bread, you just put in between the waffles, and everybody pretended it was just batter.
Okay.
But you just made things work, because we always had enough money to fry a little bit of chicken. And I will still fight you for the flats. I don't know when white people need to stop eating flats. I don't know when that became cool. You like we could always get, and the reason flats at least were culturally for us, there was a part you couldn't sell in the store, so it became the best, and it's dark meat. So
yeah,
dark meat's the best meat. I'll fight y'all on that too.
Yeah,
but the one thing I'm waiting for gentrification to do, and I might support it if they did, would be like a gluten-free, celiac friendly donuts, chicken and waffles. That till that happens, fuck gentrification. Then I might have to shut up if it's good.
So like spots like City O City or like Watercourse, those, so I know those are vegan, but they're not celiac friendly.
No, vegan's a choice.
Hello.
Right. No, I understand. I'm just saying like the but like it's they don't have like the
125
Yeah. No. There's a lot. Most vegan places are super conscientious and are celiac safe. Not all.
Gotcha.
And community groups.
I feel you.
Goal with the outreach.
But I also like me some meat, man. There's only so much a person can ask me to give up.
Oh, 100%. My brother and sister-in-law just, they went vegan like a couple of years ago, and they keep asking me, and I'm like, I'm good.
In those discussions,
no, that's already hard. Why are you going to do this? It's already hard enough to get a meal where I live.
Yeah, listen, I'm super good, especially like, and I know I love me some bacon. I love me the swine now. I don't have to be like the worst kind, but like I love me some bacon. I'll never forget this 90-year. I think she was like 95 or 96-year-old woman. And she was the oldest woman in her town, and they asked her what her secret was, and she was just like, "I eat a slice of bacon every day." I'm like,
additionally, street level activation along.
Not a secret, but that could be mine.
Right.
Retail and restaurants.
I love it. Oh my God.
With both the design guidelines and activation and transparency goals.
Transparency goals? What are transparency goals for you?
Incorporated into both projects. The
Transparency.
DM4 building will also have large-scale local muralists, and the spaces are intended
Local
to
muralists.
artwork.
We're going to permit street art.
They use our art.
Additionally, we appreciate the feedback.
But they don't
shared
get
by
paid.
Councilwoman Ortega when we reached out on the
When they
project.
do, it's usually trash.
Brandon noted that would be something reviewed through the SDP process, which we are already well through. And we've reviewed the information and made sure to incorporate the best practices into the project design. In summary, we wanted to share some notes as we
Make it
wrap
like
up
a
our
Benetton
active
commercial.
Starting in 2016
That's
and continuing
representation.
in 2017, both the DM3 and DM4 sites were rezoned to support the CMX8 and CMX16 zone districts with the initial alignment. The DM3 project is under construction now and close to topping out. And the final SDP processing and the building permit for DM4 is currently under review.
Candy's getting ready to say something.
One thing that we wanted to reinforce tonight is that the
When
zone
she leans
changes
forward, I wake up.
Yeah, she's ready.
The zone changes back from 2017. The net effect of the applications before you results in a reduction in buildable area of over 62,000.
Oh, that was a person speaking? I thought that I literally thought that was a recording.
The opportunity to be with
Oh,
you.
no. Yeah, this is the public comment portion, I think.
Valuable thoughts shared by the community. Thank you, Madam President and Council, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nola McGow.
Because this is the night they have to let everybody speak who wants to speak, right?
So when they do public hearings for zonings, for zoning change, so this one I think might be in D9 because
I just have to say congratulations.
You bet to
on
meet
Flat
one.
Space really quick.
Say hi very quickly.
Congratulations on that.
Say hi, Miss Carrie Joy.
I wanted to do public comment tonight because ongoing we feel disappointed about the lack of
That's my friend, Miss
equity
Carrie Joy.
being evaluated in all of these rezones, especially. There's a lot of them happening at different
What are you doing?
now.
What are you doing?
And what we're talking about at this site is over 300 units, not a single one of them affordable. It seems like
You're a
that
little
even though
famous.
this is being presented as a technicality,
Did you hear that?
this is a need that the has.
He says he's a little famous because he found that he's in books.
And apply.
Yes.
And now I got to know which books this is.
Well, I
We're looking
know
for
I'm
these
in
inclusive
the
and
book
diverse
ABC
communities
or
and
Jacob
just not
B.
seeing it here. The city has invested
RJ
large amounts of
activity
money
book.
in Brighton Boulevard, in the 30th and Blake Station, and all the infrastructure around that, and we should get something
How did
back.
it feel to be famous?
Getting affordable housing as
It's a lot
part
of pressure.
this.
Do you think you can handle it?
We had a meeting, the Glover
I wonder
Swansea
if I can get
Development
even more
Committee had a
famous
meeting
by being
August 11th. We had 5
fun
different
on
groups
videos.
represented and not a single
That-
one.
Like right here.
Videos, right?
We wrote a letter out to the council, and that
I love it. Follow your dreams, babe. Follow your dreams.
lack of affordability, and that
You know,
there's
Miss
no
Carrie
clear
Joy and her
benefit
friends
to the
make
community
videos.
in this project. We didn't
Oh.
the
Talk about what's going on in our city.
benefit to
And how
global
we can take care of each other better.
especially when it's going to be an exclusive thing just meant
Over Carrie
for
Hills?
the people that can live
Miss
in those
Carrie's
market rate
videos.
units. Their reasoning for not having affordability is that it
Well,
doesn't
that's
pencil
because
out.
Ryan's
and,
videos are on a locked channel
that there's
on
no
YouTube
precedent for
Kids,
that in Rhino, that
so we
nobody else
can't
has to do
accidentally
it.
watch things we don't
So
need
we're
to watch.
just going to keep developing market units with no affordable units. That's the precedent that this is setting.
Are you gonna sleep
how
it all
can-
tonight?
How can we shift this? There's several other rezonings coming up. We were also
should be
really
here
disappointed
tomorrow.
not to
Yes.
get any follow-up from the developer. We had a call with them where we suggested a community benefits agreement. We suggested equitable development, affordable development.
I'm gonna put a bomb thing on my head right now.
Several different types of
Oh no, that'd be so messy. Not in the bed. Not in the bed. It's like blow bubbles
that
instead.
wasn't followed up on it at all. So we were disappointed by that as well.
I love popping bubbles.
And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Nola, thank you. For the public record, would you please
12
reintroduce
seconds.
yourself and your
Yep.
address, please?
They're telling her how much longer she has to speak.
Sure. My name's Nola Miguel. I'm with the GES Coalition. My address is 4930 Vallejo Street.
Thank you. We have up next Matt Van Sistine.
Hello. I'm Matt Van Sistine. I'm the director of the Ballpark Collective. We're the registered neighborhood organization in the Ballpark
Does he?
District. This project borders
Which one?
the area that
The one in the
my
ball cap.
address is
You said.
227 Larimer Street. I'm a resident and business owner.
You want to
in
give me
addition
kisses,
to,
please?
working
Wait,
with
no,
Ballpark
no.
Collective.
Kiss me like you mean it.
And
Oh,
borders Ballpark District and Rhino District in the Five Points
No.
neighborhood. We met with
Was it
the
too rough?
project design team and we felt the project was in line with our goals to
I love you, Bubba. I'll
protect,
come down
improve
in
the
a little
safety,
while,
health,
okay?
welfare,
I know you'll still be
quality
awake
life in
reading
the
your book
neighborhood
anyway, so it doesn't matter.
and is in line with
They don't
other
sleep anymore.
projects. Our board,
They go from staying up all night long when they're babies to sleeping all day long to staying up all night long again with sick and reading.
I'm not both three
He looks
minutes.
just like my husband, I swear.
Great.
The running
Thank
joke has
you,
been like
Matt.
we had 4 kids
Up next,
because
Alfonso
we had to keep
Espino.
going till we got one that looked like me. Carbon copies of my husband.
That's
And then I'll have the blue eyes and the smile.
He's adorable. Adorable.
They're so white and pale.
Alfonso,
They get burnt
you
like
here?
in lights that are too hot. It's like they're little vampires. It's so funny.
You know, can't lie. I'm grateful for this melanin.
Melanin's amazing.
Hello, City
Like
Council.
my kids have none.
For the record, is
They're melanin deficient.
I am a member of the
Oh,
GM.
baby.
My
They're so
address is
beautiful, though.
4716 Gaylord Street, Denver 80216. I am here as a member of my coalition.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Swansea, which is right outside and borders the Five Points neighborhood where this proposed rezoning development is, and I am here to suggest City Council and urge and challenge City Council to change the narrative of
Everybody needs
development,
candy.
to actually focus on adopting new practices when it comes to development. As my colleagues in the coalition have already pointed out, there is no affordability in the units that are being proposed here, and there was very staunch opposition and a lot of questions posed to the developer, and we are very disappointed that we didn't even get an answer back, no follow-up. So to us, that shows that there was actually no community input, despite the fact that we may not be inside of 5 Points. On that call that night on August 11th that was referenced to, there was a 5 Points RNO, and they are also in agreement that we should reject this proposed rezoning. And I would also just like to say that earlier today, or earlier in the presentation, this project is being cited as complying with Blueprint Denver. And I would just like to say that that is false, that is incorrect, and that is a very big stretch. As is outlined in Blueprint Denver on page 30, this rezoning request would actually fail to improve access to opportunity in terms of creating more equitable access to quality of life amenities, health, and quality education. And it absolutely fails to address reducing vulnerability to displacement for the surrounding populations and would actually, in fact, increase displacement pressures in the surrounding areas. The developer's proposal fails to expand housing diversity, which Blueprint Denver correctly points out as important in order to enable more inclusive and actually diverse communities. We do not need more of the homogenous housing stock that has been proposed and built in Rhino for the past decade that has been targeted and has only successfully attracted middle to upper class white individuals. And if the city wants to finally change the narrative on equity, if it finally wants to do something for those that have been left behind when it comes to development, then put a message out tonight and let the developers know that Denver needs to move towards affordability and they need to move away from suggesting that all development should only be concerned about is profits. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. Up next, we have Vanessa Quintana.
So the sweep tomorrow is at 25th and Arapahoe. How near is that to this site?
So this is taking place at
in the meantime of
25th in Wawada, and then
we also had Angela Garcia,
2901 North Broadway,
who were signed up, and so I know that we have
just right around the corner.
So if that is either one of them, Garcia or Gail LaRue, please.
We see what's going on here.
Up next, we have Vanessa Quintana.
I'm trying to clean it up. This is my girl Vanessa. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Yeah. I'm a resident of District 9. My address is 1301 East 31st Avenue. I'm also the president of the Reclaim the East Side RNO, which represents the 5 Points. I submitted a letter of opposition late on behalf of Reclaim the East Side. I'm sorry. Oppose this project because the proposed projects intends to accelerate involuntary displacement by creating homogenous high-income community and cultivating a culture of exclusion with its retail proposition.
I love her.
It has been demonstrated that market rate housing creates forces to displace low-income residents and our neighbors of color. It has also been demonstrated that this area's retail market rate rental properties caters to a homogenous population that is coincidentally white and affluent and excludes the rest of us who are brown, black, and poor. Therefore, creating this culture of exclusion, right? Policing based off of culture and who belongs. Knowing our state is experiencing a housing crisis, it is absurd to continue this trend of approving market rate rents without thought or consideration for the Denver rights regarding the poor. Please do something for us. The developers and those among the project's supporters are willfully ignorant to racial and economic equity and willfully blind to the humanity of the poor. To continue to beg support of this project on alignment of documents while void of equity and the vision for a Denver inclusive of all people, including those of us with less means and darker skin, is absolutely appalling. This project does not enhance our lives, creates a healthy community, or increase opportunities for all people, especially, again, those who are marginalized by oppressive policies and decisions by elected officials. Therefore, I call upon Denver City Council to deny this zoning change. And please find moral courage to actually begin serving the poor. Thank you, Nye.
Yes, courage.
Thank you, Vanessa.
That was amazing.
That wraps up our public speakers tonight. Oh, Jesse. We had one more, Jesse Paris. Hi, Jesse. Go ahead.
I'm back in it now. Thank you, Jessica.
Never.
Back away from the mic, Jesse.
District 8. Christopher Herndon's district, and I'm representing for Denver Homicide Law, Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, Mile High News, and the Universal African People's Organization. The previous speakers have summed up everything that I was going to say. This is not inclusive. This is not equity, especially when you are building, you want to build housing that is not affordable. Any of the units are not affordable. That is not what we need right now. We have a housing crisis. We are on the verge of having upwards of 10 to 100,000 people out on the streets. So for you to sit up here and pass this rezoning tonight is appalling and absurd. I suggest that you do not pass this, even though it meets the so-called criteria on paper. It is not inclusive. It does not include the community. GES is correct in their findings that they are being excluded from this. It's appalling that the owner did not reach out to GES Coalition, and I would ask you tonight to not approve this. If you have any kind of morality, any kind of sense of character, you will not pass this tonight. Thank you.
Is it going to pass tonight? What do you think, Carrie Joy?
Oh, you already know. You already know. However, I'm gonna try to have a little bit of faith and see what happens. Okay.
I'm trying to is she?
Well, you have faith because you are represented by someone that listens.
We can go ahead.
Right?
We haven't closed,
You live in your district. That's how this works, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're council person C. Tabaka, which means you have faith in this broken system.
Well, I have faith in her. I know that everybody they heard from tonight opposed it. So I'm gonna hope that every once in a while they'll do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes they choose to actually listen to. It kind of reminds me of the community corrections conversation where they did the right thing in that situation because of the right pressure.
Robert Martinez.
So what do you think is more likely?
I mean, I think it's more likely they're gonna pass it because it's
or for them to coordinate and start dancing to "We Are Part of a Revolution."
It might be that one.
We might need to just
better than a Kente
and move along. Thank you for being me, Councilwoman. And so questions from Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I have some questions for Nate Lucero, our zoning attorney.
All right, go ahead, Nate.
That's not good.
Go ahead, Councilwoman. We've got Nate off mute. He's ready to go.
Get Nate off mute.
So a lot of the speakers talked about the need for affordable housing. I think everyone here agrees that we do have a need for affordable housing. But can you tell us a little bit about the criteria we have for rezoning and if affordable housing is one of those criteria?
It doesn't matter.
Members of Council, Nate Lucero, Assistant City Attorney.
I just woke up.
Thank you, Councilman Black. There is no requirement for affordable housing within the zoning criteria. And from a legal perspective,
oh my gosh,
we're gonna migrate and rent it. I think my husband's meeting is over, and I might be out of battery, so we're gonna relocate.
Violation of the rent control statute and the Telluride case. So no, there is no zoning criteria.
So I had to do this for y'all. He's so cute, it's distracting. You wouldn't be able to listen to this meeting or us being jackasses.
So
he's working behind me now. Not right now, but usually.
Require that in order to approve this rezoning, we would be violating state law.
I guess I would say if council were to use the lack of affordable housing
kids take notes
denial for the rezoning, it would be consistent with state law, and you may be subjecting yourself to a challenge if that were to happen.
That is insane.
All right, and then can you remind?
I knew what they were calling him. Yeah, as soon as they call him a lawyer, they're just like, "How can we get out of this legally, fam?"
And the mayor's office led an effort to institute a linkage fee on all new development, and that was to go into affordable housing fund. Can you remind us a little bit about that, and then if this developer would be required to pay into that fund?
Yeah, I am not the affordable housing expert, but what I can say about that is that all developments that are going to build housing, and I think even in for commercial development, those developers are required to pay into the linkage fee.
And the linkage fee is like the lowest in the country.
Maybe there's someone else on the phone that could better answer that question.
I have the number somewhere, but it's like
I don't know who else is on
30 cents or something.
I guess the developer could talk about how much they
Let me look it up. Hold on.
No, but that's the thing. It's like it's 3 cents. I think you're looking at it's like 3 cents.
Paying the fee and how much that would be.
It was all the chatter had been like, oh, it's so high, it'll keep the developers out, and then it'll inhibit the development, and it's 3 cents.
It's bullshit. It's trash. Even in Boulder,
raising your
not to,
hand.
you know, I know they got their own shit too, but their linkage fees are like, I don't know, it's like somewhere around $18 per square foot, and it's supposed to be going up to $30 per square foot, I think, by next year, if I'm not mistaken.
And if I
So
could,
just so y'all know,
respectfully like to respond to no follow-up, no input from
$1.61 per square foot for multi-dwelling units under the International Building Code, 65 cents per square foot for single unit, 2-unit, or multi-dwelling units under the
225 to Nargo address.
I don't know the difference between some of these residential codes. So if y'all know, let me know.
Y'all make Carrie George do math.
Right. I don't know some of the differences. It's like, I mean,
I'm not making fun of you. I'm serious. It's like they have kept it so obtuse that you have to bring out a calculator while they speak if you're awake to catch how infinitesimal this amount actually is.
President.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman.
43 cents per square foot for industrial. It's fucking insane. So clearly it ain't doing shit.
Nothing.
That's right, Tessa. We see you.
I have several questions for community planning and development. Hey, Brandon. So can you explain to me, this is almost 4 acres. It's just right under 4 acres. How come this didn't go? I know for the large development review process, it's technically 5 acres, but how come this site, was this site even thought about to going through the large development review process?
Thank you for the question. It was not. I'm having trouble pulling up the staff report right now, but per DCD's analysis, the actual area to be rezoned here is 27,000 square feet, so far under the 5 acre large development review again.
So on your staff report, it says the area of the property is 3.91 acres. Is that not true? So 2520 Wewata Way and 2901 Broadway, the summary of the rezoning request, if you go down to the area of the property, it's 170,000 square feet. And it's
yes, you're sorry, I just found the staff report. You're correct. So that is the total land area of the properties, but the actual area to be rezoned is 27,000 square feet.
And where do you see that?
What is that?
Where's that in the staff?
I believe if, one second, I have to go back to the
No problem. It's hard with it. It's virtual.
It's so hard.
I just want to give y'all some comparisons though with these linkage fees. So the highest linkage fee that we have in Denver is $1.83 per square foot.
If you go to this
neighboring county, city, such as Boulder, they have commercial linkage fees only, but their linkage fees are actually, like I said, going up to $30 per square foot next year. Like
currently zoned at CMX 16, which is rezoned CMX 8. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. So if we're looking at those bullets, those descriptions are the actual property area to be rezoned.
Okay, and then concurrently, the southeast area of 13,278 square feet would be rezoned from CMX 8 to CMX 12. So we're adding from 8 to 16.
It's just hard to hear the words through her voice.
Entitlement from 8 to 16, but you're downzoning more from 16
like
to
that's 8. What she sounds like.
So the difference is like 13,736 and then 13,278. That's why I'm not understanding how you get those numbers.
Yes, so if you add those numbers up, they equal 27,000 square feet. That is the actual area to be rezoned. More specifically downzoned to CMX 8.
500 square feet. Oh my god! I thought you were talking about like what, you were talking about 500 square feet. taking one apple to another apple and it's 500 square feet difference, just so we're clear, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So in your packet, I only see 2 letters of support from the Ballpark Collective RNO and then the Rhino Art District. And Megan referenced 2 other letters. Is there something missing from the staff report?
I believe so.
It looks like Amanda's trying to understand.
It wasn't there on my behalf. I'm not including the other. We can figure it out.
But they're trying to figure out, based on the staff report, how much land they're actually developing.
Oh, so I can't remember his name. Sorry.
I don't know if that was a rhetorical question or not.
Chase related to Megan Turner or Chase Hill back in.
I just, my heart hurt for her a little bit. I mean,
hello, I'm back on here now, and yes, that is correct. We did receive.
I mean, it's like, do you remember when Sarah Palin did that and did that interview? And there was a point where she just thought she was clawing her way back, and she totally wasn't. It kind of felt like that, like, oh.
I don't recall 100%, but the moment you say Sarah Palin, that's that's the.
I will those groups that are Rhino.
That's the last time I remember, like, really watching a woman being like, you know, I everyone is so mean to you. I kind of feel like I have to support you, but you make it so hard.
Like, maybe Ballpark Collective for the 4 letters of support that we received.
I just don't take delight in beating up on other women.
Understood, but you know, you gotta.
I kind of wanted her to have a gotcha moment there, but no, that doesn't happen with math as often as you would hope.
No,
it usually means your math is wrong.
And while you're looking up those dates, I have a couple more questions. You talked a lot about community, and you talked a lot about community feedback.
Okay.
Do you have a website that's collecting community feedback? Do you have confirmation of said community feedback that they wanted a pickleball court?
Right. Was there a survey?
We do not have a website for this particular project. We did reach out to all the registered neighborhood organizations. There were 10 groups that we had reached out to. We scheduled several of which we did have follow-up with, which did orchestrate those letters.
I have the privilege of being a part of.
We tried to make sure to incorporate that feedback into the design as best as we could.
Dr. Cox.
Like hard documentation.
Especially if you're going to have some of those, what did they call them? Pedestrian-friendly corridors.
You have community feedback. I would hope that you have documentation.
Am I just being a bitch, or did you catch that too?
Specifically,
you want it.
Pickleball. Do you have that?
So what we can do is we can chat about the pickleball court specifically. That was referenced as an amenity that could be used by others during different times of the day. It could be used as an educational facility. And then you can maybe
I mean,
for the letters of support.
Yeah, so Ballpark Collective was August 3rd.
I'm imagining this would have been designed with like a kente cloth type of font when presented. It'll be a multi-purpose room.
Was today, 8:31.
Fucking pickle. What does that mean?
I don't.
And for the
pickleball, some white people shit that they do in retirement communities in Arizona.
I'd like to understand that a little.
I think Costco sold pickleball sets.
So that was an amenity that in place, and what we had decided.
It's like shuffleboard air
concept. It was a resident.
I gotta look this shit up. Hold on.
Through the discussion.
I want to know.
If you play pickleball, we need to know why and what it is right now.
And that facility made public.
It's like tennis.
To share that facility with folks within the community.
I feel you, Soshi. I do.
Okay. And then one last question. You talked about active.
Oh no, Tessa says we have it.
Community benefit.
Tessa, where is it?
Community benefit when it's
Where's pickleball?
It's a requirement.
Is it a community benefit for you? And do Black people use it?
Design overlay 7.
Oh, you know, I bet I know what it is, Carrie Joy. I bet I know what it is. I bet it's a sport that doesn't have a net that Black people can cut out.
Explain how that's a community benefit when it's actually in a requirement.
Which makes it perfect for a community shared space.
So we do go above and beyond the
it's
actual.
Like
And a couple of other parts of this too is that we do know that both the retail and the restaurant facilities.
It's in 5 points. Like, why wouldn't it be?
And there's a couple of things
basketball court.
Chase might be able to touch on.
Because if white people suggest something like a basketball court, they might sound racist, Carrie Joy. White people are not a monolith. They can like pickleball.
But it's a requirement.
I'm pretty sure if we surveyed all the black folks in this here Denver, they wouldn't even know what the fuck.
All right, thank you, Councilman.
I'm a coach. I don't know what it is. Oh, now we get people watching. Audience is waking up. The numbers coming in. They're all waking up. Yep. Nope.
Is for
absolutely, Dr. Carr.
Reparations. This says reparations. They get in a pickleball court.
Pickleball court.
What? Pedestrian friendly corridors to get to your pickleball court.
How many times with the various neighborhood groups?
So it's like racquetball, tennis.
We met with River North District on 3 occasions, and we met with ESGPA twice.
I'm stuck. I'm sorry.
The other ones meaning who?
It's been such a lively conversation. We've learned a lot tonight, haven't we?
So much about one another.
It's tough.
About pickleball.
So more calls and emails, and so a lot of the committees are.
We need T-shirts. F12 and your pickleball court.
Yeah.
But others as well. And our plans have changed. We have done,
yeah, that's who they surveyed.
Mural or garage, things like that. Most conversations, Councilman Ortega, that we had though related to DeNargo 6 at 3225 DeNargo, which you'll be seeing come across your calendar soon. That's a more substantial upsell. So most of the conversations we had there were focused on that one because we're going from 1-story industrial to 12-story mixed use. Whereas this was obviously, a net reduction in 62,000 square feet.
They're technically 2 separate projects, so I think not fair to bring that one up here, given that it's a separate project.
It's
correct, but in an effort to be efficient with these various organizations' times, we met with them to discuss both at the same time because they're going through the region at the same time.
So let me just ask, in your conversations with any of the groups, did the issue of a community benefit agreement come up, and what were some of those suggestions?
Candy's ready to go look at her.
Recommended to include in the project.
You go in. I'm excited to hear that.
So,
I gotta get a screenshot of that. She's going back to it.
We have to date signed 2 agreements with hosts, or should be 3 agreements with hosts. The one down the road a block later would be the 4th agreement. So if you're referring specifically to,
because that's like, if these are moments like in your personal life when you feel like you're in trouble, she's got the hair's back, she's leaning forward, and she's taking notes.
So the moment she starts, well, she doesn't generally do that here.
Okay.
The moment she starts with, first of all, it's a wrap. After that, I already know, like the rest of the night, ain't no love, ain't no cuddling, ain't no nothing. I better be lucky if I'm sleeping in that bed. Like that's it. But no, she's shaking her head. It's about to go down.
Truth.
That head shake. That head shake.
You're watching at home right now. All the signs are there. Candy's getting ready to do something. You might want to tell your friends, text your friends, tell them to get in the stream.
Yeah.
The moment you've been waiting for. It's almost 8 o'clock. It's time. It's time. The reckoning.
Net reduction of 62,000 buildable square feet. We had those conversations. Haven't led to a host.
She just got her point. I'm thinking. I saw that look.
But you could technically build whatever you wanted to build.
Oh no, she's just trying to stay awake. I get that too.
That's right. But going through the SVP property 2017, just a few months ago, going through the building permit process of this phase 4 on the right-hand side. That's when they come out that your zone district boundaries don't line up with your zone lines. And the SDP comment and building permit on it. So we thought we could handle that administratively. We couldn't. So one of these projects is already built and topped out. The other ones.
And is that just to be clear, is that the difference between the 500 feet?
Well, and it's actually, just to clarify.
About earlier?
It's 1,000 net, not 500, but exactly 1,000 square feet, not 500. And keep in mind that over half, and it's in my presentation, I don't know if you have it on the screen, over half of the land that we're upzoning from 8 to 16
upzoning
is covered by Denver wastewater and Denver water easement area. Not built over it at all. So the difference, we're actually down zoning 14,000 square feet from 16 to 8, and we're technically upzoning 6,000 net square feet from 8 to 16. So it's a more substantial down zone than we might have made clear.
So I want to move on to Nola Miguel for just a minute. Nola, are you still around? If we can get
Nola's at home.
Unmute yourself.
We'll need to get her back into
Back
the
in.
panelist here. So
Yeah, Nola's at home.
Oh, here we got her. Go ahead, Nola. Go ahead, Councilman.
Nola, can you tell me if you can, as part of the GES coalition, and were they part of the letter that was submitted to us that came in today?
No, they weren't part of that letter, and you'd have to ask Armando Payan about that. I'm not sure. They weren't part of the call either.
Okay, and as you can, do they have a large membership as well as some of the other groups?
I honestly, I haven't heard from them for a while. I'm not really sure how many people are participating in that group. The groups that were part of our letter were Globeville First, which is a very active group in Globeville right now. The Elyria Swansea Neighborhood Association, the GES Coalition, EGS and Partners, and then the Community Wealth Building Network was also part of that.
Okay. And so did you guys present anything specific as far as a specific CBA?
No more gentrification?
You guys met and talked with them?
How about that?
We really didn't get it into those details. I think there was a lot of frustration that came off at first.
Because it's bullshit.
And by the end of the call, we started talking about some of those things, and hoping that there could be follow up or next steps with some of our suggestions.
So
they're in the letter.
How many meetings did you all have with the developer?
Just that one. Just one call.
Okay.
And we're still very much actively.
I'm sorry, Mr. I'll get back to you in just a minute.
Mind your business.
Specifically, pointing
Wrong
my
conversation.
Ms. Miguel. Nola, that was all I had for you. I do want to get back to you, Mr. Hill, with my final question. And I can't remember if it was you.
So Mr. Hill represents the developer.
Who talked about.
Is it a black developer, or is he the person they hired to come to these meetings, hoping?
And I just
No. I'm trying to remember the name of the development, but they're not led by people of color.
Okay. So he's sacrificial lamb, so to speak.
Addressing the public health.
What? So the guy that's currently on the screen is
sent to those rail lines.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, he's with CPD, with the planning department.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Lighting of the building is part of that step.
For some reason, Mr. Hill is not showing up on the
site development plan approach is we are offset from our southern property line about 35 feet. So we've got horizontal separation there, as well as the first 5 levels of the structure are not occupied. You'll see the structured parking, and that's where we've got the local muralist work on the rear of the building. Some of those considerations, as well as the architectural design and approach with that, help with some of those best practices in the proximity to rail.
And you can get your aggression out on a pickleball court.
We don't get to see that level of detail, and given when you check off the box that you're within a close proximity to rail, that's the first point that CPD is supposed to be having the conversation. with.
Okay. Yeah,
I
don't know. But
and obviously it's built into.
I do
the
that a lot with my
design and
Zooms.
review process.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know.
Usually when I'm
as far
doing
as the
math.
thinking how much you all had really.
What's up, Brian?
Thanks, Brian.
So I appreciate that that's even on your radar.
Yeah, that's Brandon up there. He's
Is there like a company? Like I'm just thinking, like because you can, in this we're all in this time sharing economy, right? You can Uber and Lyft and get somebody to like get your groceries. Can you have like timeshare black people? Is that a thing? Like I just need one for a meeting.
This appears to be.
I mean, they do it all the time.
Changing the entitlement areas to align
They do it all the time.
line, or this actually the zone lot.
Like
Is there an app for that? I'm thinking there's business potential here, Carrie Joy. You can fund all your artistic projects.
Okay, so we rezoned this.
I would call it
in 2017.
Personally, slave labor.
2017.
You know, it's creative.
Boundaries were.
Get white people, because you want white people to be scared enough that they just don't ask questions of you. And throwing down a word like that, boom, would do it.
Right. Right.
Don't buy from me, you're racist. I mean, you can't lose.
And the result is it's a net loss of about somewhat a little.
That actually might work. Shit.
Story area will move to a
See,
smaller.
Brian's like, yo, give me that money.
Larger footprint. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, so I have
we'll send you an Uber your way, Brian, I promise.
Because of an issue I had in my district about 5 years ago.
Are you in a biker gang? Just out of curiosity, Brian, because I hear those can get called into other districts to do things sometimes.
That's a great question. I'm not sure if the developer wants to speak to why they chose this path.
It seems they chose it because during the site development plan review, somebody in an agency of the city said,
"Oh no!
Oh, this doesn't match the zone lot. You have to go through a rezoning." I'm wondering, did anybody, and maybe the developer can answer this, did anybody say, "Well, why don't we just rearrange the zone lot boundary to match the zoning?"
You can loosen your tie, Flynn. It's okay.
Yes, Flynn, great question, and you're correct. We were told through the SCP process on phase 4 that there was no other process, administrative or otherwise, that we could go through to have these zone district boundaries mirror the zone lot lines. So yes, it's fresh. It's been 4 months on it, well into design, right from building.
Oh, poor thing. 4 months.
Our only recourse, our only option. So.
Okay, so you're following the agency's advice on how to fix this this zigzag in the boundary.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Hines.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give Mr. Hill a
pickleball court.
I can't get over it. I'm mad.
I need a clip of that at my perfect time, and I know I did that. Let's come back to that.
Googling to figure out exactly what
that was perfect. That was perfect.
Using some search engine. Didn't want to drop the name necessarily, but to figure out what the exact decibel level is for pickleball. But I know that that we have a lot of opposition.
What people do like to get loud
because of the proximity of pickleball courts, existing pickleball courts, to residences. And so I just want to make sure, like, if they're going to be co-located with 16 stories of residents, did you ask the community? And they said that's what we want, and we don't care about the noise. Or I guess I'm just trying to. This is one way to help me understand the neighborhood engagement, and this just doesn't add up to me so far. But please
talk about the pickleball court right now. Is that what we're talking about?
Has anyone checked the decibel level? I don't want to say Google. So maybe if you could do a Yahoo search.
What the fuck?
If pickleball is louder or leads to more cursing than say.
The good news is in your district where there's high density.
I just want to make sure if we're getting the black people out, we got to make sure the sport we bring in is quieter than the one we're getting rid of.
But he's asking about pickleball. He's asking about, did you guys engage to see if it would be too loud to have a pickleball court? But he's not concerned about the fucking, we're in a housing crisis right now. Are you serious, my guy?
public. We've talked.
But then there'll be a homeless community next to that really loud pickleball court.
And River North Art specifically.
I'm so stressed.
I just feel like you worry about the wrong things, Carrie Joy. Let's get some perspective on the community we're bringing in here.
My bad.
So my next question.
Pickleball's coming.
Shaver,
Run.
I'm trying to recollect in my mind, and you are way better at zoning than I am. At least I hope, because I can do some,
not density,
studies.
the decibel level.
The idea of moving benefits from one.
I can think of a third D word right now that would go well with this, but
transfer or something like that. We've
Brian got the answer.
Okay. The urban core. If say there's a church and they're zoned for 12 stories, they could take the unused.
Thank you for that, Brian.
Thank you.
That
was lightning.
Plot for them to have additional.
But, you know, they didn't care about the decibel level in my neighborhood when they decided to do 24-hour construction. They're like, no, y'all be okay. Just call it on this line when we're too loud, and then we'll just never show up and do shit about it.
My God. There was a church in Manhattan. My husband and I used to, like, after we read the story, we had to, I'm like, I don't care if we're the only white people there. We got to go and show support. They were trying to rezone them. So they raised money to get this sound system. And this was the loudest black church in the universe. And you could hear it like blocks. Oh, this was like 2009, 2010. We were still living in Spanish Harlem. And I mean, the developer changed their mind about trying to get that area rezoned where they would have bought that church building. They literally ran them out on a noise violation.
Oh my God.
Like, if you come here, we're just going to get louder. So I want to know what we have to do to amp up the sound of the pickleball court to make this a city council discussion, because you can't do it like black people did it.
Nope.
In your
nope.
Do the two Arnos interact?
Yes. Good point, Tessa. As always.
Yes.
Usually get an email from them, but usually not. We don't necessarily like touch base about something like this.
Because I used that same internet search engine that will remain nameless and found who they are. They're Ilaria Swansea Global Business Association. So it seems a little different. I guess if they're an RNO, they're an RNO, but it seems a little interesting to reach out to a business association to get guidance on residential housing. But I figure maybe, I mean,
well, not when you're trying to, not when really this is the question.
Maybe there's a good reason for that.
When that's the question.
You don't interact with them.
Absolutely.
Just go to the businesses. Yeah.
Of course, they'll go to the businesses.
Because
here and there,
if we don't have black people, then we can have.
They've had some of the big ones in the area, like they're big business association. They reached out to us about our food program recently.
Okay.
Welcome
to the clown show. He said it.
He sure did.
To open it up for anyone who might be in the audience who is part of ESGBA, because I believe it was mentioned that
the audience is hung up on the pickleball court, babe.
Yeah, respect.
we ain't moving forward. And we ain't even sorry.
Because it didn't make it into our packet. Just wanted to chat with them.
Did he just invite people to make packets?
Raise their hands.
Here's something else you might not know about white people that you've been able to escape.
*9 to raise your hand.
There are these white people. We're not a monolith either, FYI, but there's some white people who really like to craft.
Councilman.
Then they have children that will be, like around the time your children will start school, they'll be moving into your neighborhood, and then you'll get to really interact with these people, probably on something like a pickleball court, and they like paper and make binders and things.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well.
Is that?
It's a thing.
That's a thing.
I think we need to weaponize some crafty bitches and send some packets.
Okay.
full of commentary
Where
I'm here for it.
and community input to city council.
I'm
Save them from my jackass commentary. You'd be doing them a favor, y'all.
And so
No, I think everybody's here for you now. Okay, listen. This is the only reason. It's the only reason they even have this much engagement right now on city council. I'm pretty damn sure.
I really think it's because you're here, and they're like, "Ooh, she does have a black friend."
Yes, if you go
That's a good comment though.
process in
We got a good packet. Excuse me. Sorry, I was reading. Brian at the same
No, I'm
time.
just saying we need a pickleball packet.
We need a packet about pickleball.
Deep dive. PowerPoint presentation.
You got that? You handle that?
Multiple
I just want to understand. Can somebody explain to me where the name pickleball came from?
within a single.
Can somebody tell me what that means?
I bet it has something to do with
the city does try to get folks to.
It's more that repressed white Christian stuff.
Parcel boundaries, their zone lot boundaries.
Crafty, I'm telling you, crafty bitches is a thing. You call them. It's kind of like the BTS fan base. They're serious.
So I have like 4 right now that I'm working on in Council District 1. So I have a zone lot boundary, and I have 3 property owners.
What did you sell the subject? You mean this right here,
property owner
or
have entitlement,
or this right here?
Because the other properties have certain
Hashtag priorities, Brian.
So they're
if you live here, you can have pickleball court all the time.
trying to go through the zone lot amendment.
It's affordable housing, after all, right?
I'm
But it all comes down to the fee they set tonight as to whether or not you can access this. So this is why you come to city council.
The zone lot amendment
This is it right here.
process, like all my constituents are sent through.
Okay, and I'm not sure the details of the site development plan that was submitted, but it could.
I want to know. I want to understand. I legitimately want to understand.
They were trying to
the thinking behind the name.
One of these parcels to the zone lot.
What was the name?
District standards.
No, because Brian explained to us that it's a paddle. So pickleball is a paddleball sport
to change
that combines elements of tennis, badminton.
To swap the zone for the zone lots.
Brian, do you mind looking and finding out?
You know what I think we need to do? I think we just figured out what our first double date is going to be.
Yeah.
We're gonna have mom and dad's night out. We're gonna play pickleball. And we're gonna test the decibel level.
Boundary home parcels have to.
I'm here for it.
If you want to go through the amendment
I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's correct. But here, I think
if you can really buy that backyard set at Costco, we could have this ready by next week's city council. I mean, is there a council committee?
That's why I'm confused and why we're
a noise
to fix that.
Yeah, sorry, that.
Mr. Hill, we would really like you to hold up chiming in. We are in the middle of a legal hearing, and we will call on you, sir. Go ahead, Councilwoman Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam President.
Did you just hype somebody? Man, for her to talk.
Do you have the?
They just flex on Chris.
I'll quit using acronyms. Do you have the site development plan where it calls?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that breakdown too, though, Tessa. I mean, I'm still confused, but it makes sense.
This was the first time I've seen one of these come through, and I was.
But have you seen one of these?
Conversations that happened between
it's a real question.
And development services.
How did you miss this in the past?
Because I've been watching these zonings for a long time, and I have been studying this one, and I can't find any other examples of something like this before. I know zone lot amendments, zone lot like boundary amendments to match the parcel. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sorry, geeking out on zoning. I've never.
She tried so hard. She was almost there.
A rezoning to fix that. So, thank you, Madam President. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You can always pivot to the pickleball court.
Always.
Not everything. Whenever you stumble, pickleball.
Councilwoman. Yeah. Go ahead. Now you can.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to ask a question of Mr. Hill about the Elyria Swansea
just have one question.
Business Association.
This one.
My former nonprofit is a member of their group, and if
Oh,
that
wait,
letter was
sorry.
sent within the last 10 days, I don't recall getting any information regarding a vote that took place on this development. Can you explain to me a little bit about how that letter of support was secured?
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
I wrote it.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, they must have done that Uber for Black people and had them write a letter.
August 21st. We did just send Brandon all 4 signed our letter of support. We sat down with them at their office. Karina plant now it's proximate to that. And we sat down with, there were 4 ESGBA members in the room, and there were another 3 or 4 on the Zoom call. And we walked through our project.
She tried so hard.
To how,
I mean, it's not simple. They failed in the process. Whatever the process is. Move on.
I mean, I do. You were correct.
Concerning.
We do.
Thank
I
you
would
very much
make
for that
time
information. And for
if
our
I had
in CPD
one
and
of these,
council,
Brian Loma.
NOLA mentioned a letter that they sent that had 5 organizations on it,
Saying.
and Vanessa Quintana that spoke tonight.
Make time for date night if we had a pickleball court. Strong marriages and families they are building in this new neighborhood.
I will dig through my emails and make sure that it was sent it gets sent directly to council members and CPD to get uploaded, so that it is reflected that it was 6 individual organizations that wrote letters of opposition to this project. Thank you.
In comparison to the 4 individuals that they sat down with.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam President.
Correct.
I have a question.
That's how they like to weaponize process. But right here, watch what happens. Watch them process.
Property owner, but if this doesn't pass, can the development still move forward as planned?
Can we still have a pickleball court?
I would defer to Chase for that question if he's available.
yes, I did answer that
Right.
question.
You
So,
complete the
again,
5th in
we're-
a city council meeting?
Basically, SCP approved for building permit. The drawings are complete. And candidly, Councilwoman Black, we were being a very tough spot. We've been working on this development for 4 years, and only recently was this lot line cleanup issue raised by the city. This is an administrative cleanup, and it's a significant net reduction in the building area. And we also have support of CPD and many of the major RNs in the area.
We got to do this now.
I can't tell you today what our next steps
We need a
would be if the lot
pickleball
line
date night.
cleanup is not approved, but
You know, listen, I'll probably fuck up some pickleball. Okay. Like I'm
Were you
Almost as much as you
misled
could.
by the
I
city?
mean, if you're whitewater
that
rafting, I
got
bet you can
to the
pickleball.
point you are? I mean, it's really net zero gain or loss for you, right? It's just technical. And so now why is it here at this very kind of heated political issue? Did the city not give you good advice at some point along the line, or how did we get to this point?
No,
I ask myself that question
I
every
don't
day.
imply that we were ever deceived or led astray by anyone or anybody else in the city. What happened was, and shame on me,
what happened was
I did not realize that when you give a lot line adjustment and your zone lots change, I had no idea that there's these zone district boundaries separate from the zone lots that don't move with them. So when we submitted for our building permit, it was a comment, and it was the initial round of comments.
Did he just say I didn't know how to do my job when I started doing my job?
That's what's not with me.
If I said that, do you know how quickly I'd be fired?
This whole conversation, this whole confusion.
And it's on public record, all that shit.
What is it? It must be so nice to be a white man. So you got to understand, like, not all white people can do this. There's a category echelon of things that white men can do. And people are all like, oh, boo boo kitty. It was like, this is why women can't go to meetings.
Right. Right.
Was she wearing a skirt? Did you hear her do math?
Yes, Meredith. Literally. He's just like, please, I'm really trying to keep my job. I'm really trying to get that promotion.
Bus. It does sound like
exactly
they might have to camp on
given
pickleball
as
court.
much information as you should.
Yo, let's take over that damn pickleball court.
That's fair. I wish we had been given information when we
pickleball protest
on the first case, but we didn't. And then it came up on the second. It might have been a different reviewer. I believe it was, and maybe it got past the first reviewer, not the second. But yeah, it was brought to our attention 4 months ago, and we were flabbergasted, to be honest. We were not aware that we had this issue.
When's the last time you used that word in a sentence?
Flabbergasted? Never.
Would like to
corporate
chime in if you're okay.
Pissed off.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank
Basically,
you.
I feel like that needs to.
So,
yes.
at the staff report and what is
That sums up tonight's
with
meeting.
the zone change, it's clear the zone law amendment.
You know, I
not
don't know anymore, Jordan.
the problem
That's
and,
all.
the needs for these parcels. The zone lot amendment, you would still have two different zone districts on the same zone lot. So it wouldn't.
Is that like two
it wouldn't help
teams?
solve the problem that
But, right. How many teams? So you got singles and doubles.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, if you look at,
in your double, which one's Serena? Which one's Venus?
Ooh, you talking about me and Candi?
Yeah.
So
You said willy nilly.
And I think this
willy nilly.
Willy nilly pickleball course. I was flabbergasted.
Okay, but
I
Nate,
mean,
is it the city's fault that they
I
are
would say I'm definitely
or is
Venus,
it their fault?
and Candi is my coach.
I don't know that it's anyone.
Candy's what?
Candy's my coach. We not even she's just on the sidelines yelling at me, telling me what to do because she's good at it. You know what I'm saying? And I listen. I don't know who Serena is. We gotta find a Serena.
So she's telling you what to do while you get the penalty for communicating with your coach in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know anything about tennis either. So
Maybe you don't remember that's what Serena got into all the trouble for.
Okay, but the bottom line.
They're communicating with her coach?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Illegally during a match. So I don't watch tennis. I like watch Serena and pretend that I care about tennis. And so she was in a major game
According
that
to something I'm reading right now,
something called pickleball was designed after.
62,000
But
square
anyway,
feet.
her coach made like some sort of a
reduction
signal. I mean, it
buildable
was like,
area. Is that your understanding too?
and no one saw it. And then except one of the refs who was like, penalty. She was like, what are you talking about? And gets really mad. And he was like, oh, penalty for black women speaking to me.
What?
Almost got it from that. Somebody back me up. Somebody here got to watch tennis. Y'all know pickleball.
If you think about it that
Right.
way,
It's a big deal. It's like we got for being a mouthy black woman. This is like 2 years ago. This is true. This is true, but they're also a pair that is really tight. Just like I don't know. Not many people have sisters. They're as close as
Tell my name like that, Brian.
saying. It's because I said I was from Tennessee, and now it's just all done.
I just want to be clear what I'm
Go on, Carrie.
A question for
Carrie.
you. Have you already started building?
No,
some
I
of the
definitely. Who's your partner? Is it?
Project has come down.
It's fine. Oh, see, I missed that. I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
You know, she's always getting in trouble for being black. No.
I mean, even Serena, like you can't be too good
Second phase.
to not get fined for being black. Basically.
So were you not planning to build on that triangular section that's being rezoned from 8 to 16?
So the majority of that triangular section that we are
Right now, there are 29 people watching this that really are caring about part of a city council meeting and a pickleball court more than they ever thought possible.
of our garage that doesn't.
That is the magic you brought to this table tonight, Carrie Joy. I want you to know that.
You made this magic here, okay? I'm just here for love and support.
Okay.
Thank you.
What did you build?
This is like, listen, I got the source.
Sounds like it was for the property lines as opposed to the zone.
Oh, so I remember that whole situation, but I didn't know it had something to do with her coach.
They're two separate.
Got you. Thank you for that.
And it was like horrifying for her because she
noticed that your zone.
Well, number one, she's black and lives in Japan, and that cannot be easy.
Looking at
You're
our
a woman.
lot line,
I lived in Japan for 4 years.
Right.
It's really tough. So that too, to have been playing against her rival and to win, because when something like that happens, there's just no course correcting. Mentally, you're out of the game.
Right.
So that it was, and then they booed. They booed during the Serena, being the goddess that she is, was like, everybody stop.
Okay.
This is not fair to her.
Thank you, Chase.
She I'm with you. I get it, but this is her day. She won fair and square. She's better than me. I mean, she was so amazing and classy. That
what fixes this for them if it's not
That's true.
this
Because they're
zoning
naked,
designation?
and this is why you thank your lucky stars.
That would be interesting.
Would have to.
Can you imagine? I mean, if Flynn got more dressed,
planning services and development services.
I mean, he hasn't not loosened that tie since he started. Every once in a while, he has to get on the screen and be like, "Still wearing, still going."
Right.
Where's Kashmann? Did I hurt his feelings with my posts about Kashmann from the block, Paulie from the block? Was that a step too far? I don't know.
I don't
And
Councilwoman Ortega, and
even though the meeting's at home,
our second round.
if there's pickleball, Kashmann.
So go ahead, Councilman Hine.
Thank you, Madam President. And these questions are based on responses from after I asked the first set of questions.
I am here for your entertainment, Brian Loma.
Mr. Lucero,
Thank you for showing up.
That's right.
This already
Because it's going to take all of us making fun of this, showing up, and doing some of this before they get that they can't operate in secret anymore. The world has changed.
The developer and city are working to address this issue.
You know,
using
fun fact.
the process that we're discussing right now.
We back to
I just
process.
want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding or making a logical conclusion or jump.
I get process wrong. Y'all beat up on me. I saw that.
Yeah,
Can't
that's
happen.
correct. The, you know,
Yes.
the site plan, the city recognized that there.
You see that that comment from Dr. Cox?
Building
Oh,
permits.
now I got to come back. Dr. Cox is here?
The city staff
Dr.
recommended
Ian Cox right here.
zoning process.
Property should be rezoned for community-owned urban farming. Hell yeah. I'm here for that, okay? That is like one of my goals throughout my life is to make sure that every single block has a garden. Every block has a garden that they at least have access to if they can't have it in their own. Period. I want to see tree lines full with like fruit-bearing trees. There's no fucking reason that people need to be hungry and unhoused. There's just so many damn solutions. So I'm here for that.
In the spot you were
I mean,
16.
Have you been on a farm before?
Yes.
Like on purpose.
Yes.
Not a field trip.
Again, it comes back to
I'm not being funny. I grew up.
It was for a field trip, but I do plan on. So I do plan on. I want to start my own. I want to start a farm. I mean, like I would love to start a farm out here. Absolutely. I gotta learn a bit more about it clearly, but.
I'm just saying, because I was about to say, it's like every white woman's dream to like move to the country and have a hobby farm. And I'm like, I don't know what that is.
So
a hobby farm?
Farm is work. Work is your hobby. This is culture. I don't know.
I only have a garden and this shit's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, right?
Absolutely.
But you want more of that. You're like, more of this.
Oh,
and then a deer shows up and eats all your berries. What you gonna do about the deer?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one last question.
See, any tips, any pointers y'all can give me, I'll take them.
God, I want to do that. I think Brian and I might have known each other in a previous life. Figure outfits to wear, but we would have been the court jesters together, being like, "How can we fuck this shit up?"
You didn't see that?
Process.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. I only discovered City Council when I got that Rebel Girl subscription box for Cheyenne.
Oh, got you.
And then it was like, oh, well, you want to find a Rebel Girl in your hometown, and she's like, can't see it back. It's the most amazing thing you ever could have. American Girl doll that looks just like her, and I'm like, that is creepy. No, you cannot.
Okay. So
there are limits.
To
and that was after COVID started.
Correct.
April.
Sorry, it's confusing. I should.
When I went to the first city council meeting, when PSL took it over, we had not yet gotten to that subscription box. So this is new, and it was fast.
Understood.
So the protest started, and the Candi 11 started, and then she had to tell me when the city council meetings were.
Got you. I got you.
Okay, so you kept talking about.
Oh, I'm sure most of them asleep.
Come back,
Brian, I feel like all your friends the opportunity to wear whatever they want and just put them on the camera.
Particular parcel.
That's actually.
You can still wear your Tigger costume, Brian. We're going to keep that dream alive.
So that's a
yes.
different parcel.
Yes. Was that the one started by Ron Finley? I've been watching his stuff. Yes. We're gonna make it work out here. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to change that. Okay. Because it makes no sense.
That was part of that overlay upzoning that took
Let's do it.
place, or was this?
Let's do it.
Together, we don't even know. We're under contract on that.
Burn. Well,
what I was getting at was just trying to understand.
Yes.
Make up the difference of what you're
Oh my
losing
God.
and zoning on this site by trying to upzone the other site.
Oh my gosh. 3 weeks ago, where was I? I think I was outside.
Completely different subject.
I think so.
Trying to host the extra long comment session.
Yep.
You
Oh, I
brought
missed
that up a couple
all the fun
times,
was
and I just
indoors.
wanted
Who
to
knew?
clarify that.
Yes. Oh my
Here
God.
we
Let's do it.
I'll come poop there so y'all have something to some manure like. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I spent my whole life trying to get away from farms. I'm all about this initiative. Don't get me wrong. But I would be that white woman that's like, can I just pay y'all and not do it? Thank you. Been there, done that.
Understood. I didn't grow up with it, so I'm just like, I just want there to be access, especially in our neighborhoods, and I'm just very successful why there is not. That is all that is. You know,
I would just like to be able to drive my car without having to hit a deer that I legally am not allowed to shoot, which was a real problem when I lived in New York City. I had to live in Armonk for a while. So driving from the city to Armonk, deer all over the damn place. And you can't shoot them. And I just think this is the craziest thing. I'm like, y'all have a deer population problem.
Do the same.
But then you have no deer hunting season.
Done with the other groups.
I'm like, this is literally why it exists. I'm not saying you need to be giving everybody out here like AK-47s, but they probably are.
I mean, I get it. I don't mind some venison.
And
I hit like 6 deer. I hit more deer.
After you hit them, you can't see. Oh wait, Candy's going on.
Just a quick clarification from Mr. Hill. So I'm looking at the slices, and we're down zoning one slice from 16 down to 8. And we're up zoning one slice from 8 to 16. And it basically cancels each other out. But you said that you weren't sure if this didn't pass today, if you would be moving forward. If there's no net loss or no net gain, what would prevent you from moving forward?
Yes, Councilman Tubaga, thank you for your question. So we have the building completely designed and submitted for building permit, effectively through SDP on this zoning issue. The building that is designed goes over the zone district boundary within the zone lot line, but over the zone district boundary outside of wastewater and water. And so we would have to, we have to totally redesign our building, start all over.
Oh, I misread what you said.
And
yeah.
Have to design a different building that's 8 and 16 stories.
Whoa, I'm going to donate to that.
Thank you.
And
thank you for
that. Makes sense. Thank you.
I like trees, deer, but I like trees.
All right. Are you good, Councilwoman?
I am. Thank you.
All right. Great.
They just asked her to shut up real polite. Are you finished talking yet? Thank you. Can we move on?
Council Bill 20-07.
I mean, they threw shade directly at her last week. That was what woke me up. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, last week, the week before, I was ready to fight.
Well, the week before, I was watching it with my daughter, and that's when we decided we can't do this together anymore. She wants to be able to walk away and come back. She basically go film the candy parts and tell me what's happening. I'm like, there are so many in the city who feel that way, honey.
I like her already.
So, not sure when we cut off, but I had banged the gavel. The public hearing for Council Bill 20-0708 is closed. Comments by members of council. Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to support this rezoning.
Of course you are.
Of course you are.
Desires of all of us and of the community members.
And I knew that because you look like Lisa Murkowski.
For affordable housing. However, as we all know, having affordable housing is not one of the criteria for approving a rezoning.
Oh my God!
Criteria. the owner is complying with the law that the city council passed a few years ago, and they will be paying a linkage fee.
Oh, I can do both?
Is it not?
Oh, this is going to get more out of control as I learn how to do this.
Look at you.
My God, remember you had the night off, like you're gonna have to do all the bells and whistles yourself, and I'm like, this is why they wouldn't let me do it myself before. I see it now.
Get the right kind of advice and the right kind of information that they should have gotten from the city, and they are working at the city's recommendation to try and fix it through a rezoning by bringing it to us, which of course is a very political way to resolve the issue. It's really to correct.
I don't know how people use the word political, like in politics.
In this situation, this is a rezoning that the criteria does meet and that we should be supporting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Black. Councilwoman Sedabaka.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to make sure that we understand that when we say something is in alignment with the criteria, we have 5 different criterion that are much more vague than we would like. In fact, number 1 is consistency with adopted plans. And we know that the 2 main plans that we use, Blueprint Denver and Comprehensive Plan 2040, are very explicit about equity goals. And when we have frustration with CPD, it's because CPD has not figured out how to measure how we achieve equity. But it doesn't mean that our interpretation of a project cannot be inconsistent with an adopted plan if it does not meet our interpretation of an equity goal. And so I believe that it is not consistent with Comprehensive Plan and Blueprint Denver equity goals. I also believe that in number 3 of the criterion, furthering public health, safety, and welfare, that is another area where we have a lot of room for interpretation about what is public health, what is safety, what is welfare of a community. We recently declared racism a public health crisis. We understand public health in a very different way in 2020. We talk a lot about social determinants of health, and we know that the affordability overlay just blocks away at 38th and Blake do not work. And so whether or not this was a mistake on the city's behalf or the developer's behalf, I think it's coming in front of us in 2020 for a reason. And it might be a moment for the developer to be able to rethink this plan. There are 6 organizations in this immediate area that are opposed to this change. And as the community representative for this community, I have to stand with our community and encourage my colleagues not to support this change in our district, and really listen to what the people in our community are asking for, whether that's a restart because of a technicality or for a better interpretation of the 5 criterion. They are asking us to do something, and I hope you all will listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. I was ready to step in for you when we lost you for half a second. So just FYI.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. So you speak
turns out I
gavel banging racist too. Amazing.
I got.
It's like the international language.
Not in our eyes. Not in our eyes.
It's amazing.
My comment on this one, I recognize this is an awkward space, and I have a hard time accepting that this is the path of least resistance for fixing this particular issue. Because what it asks me to do, not having been here when this was rezoned last time, but it asks me to judge based on all the things that we typically judge a rezoning on. And I will continue to struggle with Comp Plan 2020's vision element of equitable, affordable, and inclusive when a plan doesn't demonstrate that. And for that reason, I'll be a no tonight. Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman.
You talked about uncomfortable space. I was about to start talking about my vagina after giving birth 4 times and how I deal.
Appreciate Councilwoman Torres.
Yes.
She makes a really good point, and I have been.
It ain't easy being me, Carrie Joy.
119-page staff
See
report
things
all
that I have to
day
see.
in between meetings and all other things happening. And I think what is a little bit concerning to me
I'm just kidding. I don't have to
as
see
I'm
that.
reading the staff report, as it's going through the different criteria, we're supposed to be looking at uniformity of district regulations and restrictions. It's one sentence. The proposed rezoning will result in the application of
appreciated
building
this point, but not Councilwoman Sedebaka's, which was the same point.
That it's supposed to
Piggyback off of
is
Sedebaka.
But just
God.
for doing it. That's a circular.
Have you read this bridge called My Back?
That is not actually filling out the staff report appropriately. The proposed official map amendment furthering public health, safety, and welfare through the implementation.
That is a good question. I think we should send her a bottle of something, Brian. Get her ready for the Tigger moment.
Filling out the staff report and showing us how it is going to further the health, safety, and welfare of our community. So I just, as I'm saying,
I don't think they were.
Don't think so.
I'm really.
I don't remember seeing a nest.
Gaps in,
no nest in that.
The work that should have been done to.
That's an amazing point. Thank you. Well, I would leave it up longer, but it covers up Carrie Joy's space.
And I am concerned that is because this was taken for granted. For whatever reason, because it was just a relatively, whether they were, told by the city that this was a relatively straightforward swap kind of a situation, or whether it was because there's a lack of understanding from the developer of what needed to be done here. I'm not sure, but I'm concerned either way. And so I think this clearly does not meet the criteria based on what I'm seeing here in the staff report. And so I'll be a no tonight as well, thanks.
Wow.
See, I had a little bit of hope, but we only had 3, so let's see what happens.
And this is a difficult one. As we know, as we sit on
really that difficult?
We sit on difficult questions. All the easy ones are already solved before they come to us, and that's why we get paid the medium bucks or whatever to
your salary's public record, dude. Just stop.
Strange to me.
You're right. Just shut up.
The net down zone. Yet there's still.
You already know he on my shit list, so.
Is he watching that?
I'm not sure that I really feel comfortable with
the
questions that I.
So we got
or the answers.
16 viewers right now. How many? Yeah, we got 16 viewers right now. How many are city council?
That we're to this point.
How many in city council?
Long process.
13.
No,
16 viewers.
Are watching. I got you. Right.
Or whatever that the developer could theoretically put up to 16 stories in a development where they're topping out at 8, but that's not an inability to answer simple questions. That's not one of the 5 criteria. So I'm not trying to. That sounds maybe a little more blunt than I should be, but
she said blunt.
But the 5 criteria.
I'm waking again.
Dedicated on the accuracy of wisdom or education, not wisdom, but the knowledge of this particular plot and what we are considering before us.
This plot thickens.
The ultimate decision that we have to make. I would certainly encourage our applicants to engage with the community surrounding it. I mean, engaging the community is a critical component of getting something that works for everyone. And sure, we have a symbiotic relationship with.
I saw it, Sophie. I know.
And preparing for residents that.
But how many sweeps did he attend?
Tomorrow. Got hundreds of people living in tents in my district, and they would like homes too. And so, but I would say sometimes a conversation with neighbors and more than just.
Thank you for doing the math there.
Yeah, I mean, it's public record. Like,
yep.
And good for community. And
that time, Jordan.
Frustrated with that.
Shit, it's been a long day already.
That fits into the 5
we all do.
Either.
That's what we're aiming. to give to you in verbal form, Brian Loma.
If we had more people in support and fewer people
Really?
coming to us,
Denver Communists
today,
use Zoom.
saying that it's
that might be more interesting to me than
not what they
pickleball.
wanted. They're frustrated by the process. 300 units with 0 affordable is also frustrating.
Survey says.
That's why it's not difficult. Like, what do you mean this is difficult? How is this hard?
We can use to
Because he read it.
The Telluride decision.
Carrie Joy.
City attorney also mentioned Telluride.
It's hard.
I would encourage all of us.
And then he did math with Amanda Sandoval and forgot what he was talking about. This is why the committee meetings that your wife subverted 2 weeks ago are so important.
Until that change is made, we can't use.
That could be. Oh my God, that could be a reality show. Reading and math with the conversation.
For lack thereof.
We can't stay awake when we read this shit either, y'all.
So this is really difficult because 300 units is no units, and the people living in
It has
tents
been
would
such
say
a long day.
Any home is better
Days
than
felt
no
like a
home.
year.
The people in homes that they peek out their front window and they see people living in tents. They say the same thing. They would much rather have housing for people and the availability of housing than not. I'm still trying to
housing over pickleball courts.
More of my colleagues are going to make comments.
No, we're going to make. It's not your colleagues you need to worry about, babe.
Not at all.
Made up my mind even right now. So thank you, Madam President.
Wait, what?
Thank you, Councilman.
What was his mind?
Councilman Ortega.
I missed it.
I think I missed it.
Wait, what did he do?
Tonight's discussion really
Can I rewind? Oh no.
We should be getting the level of detail that City Council used to get on rezoning applications.
Can someone tell us what just happened? What did he vote? Did he punt?
All we're getting is
he might
have abstained. You read this week, Chris. Why would you abstain?
We see no
details.
I don't know.
He didn't commit. Okay, yeah, he didn't.
Okay, men do that. God,
different conversation.
Love you, man. Carry you later.
It comes up over and over and over again, and some of us have talked about what changes.
How do you make up your mind
with CPD? We've broached that with them, but we have made no headway in that arena, and I think it's time
that is a great song. Do you remember that song? You're so young, I probably don't know that song.
So that we know exactly what we're voting on, and it ensures that developers have to spend a little bit more money by putting more detail together. And most developers hire attorneys, they're hiring architects who pay attention to that level of detail that they have to bring before us, so that when they are filing an application, all those T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted.
You do it every year.
We're not seeing the kind of mistake that happened with this one tonight.
I got you.
And, I'm not going to place blame or fault anywhere. It's a situation that has warranted this particular application to land on our laps for us to make a final decision.
So that's the song. It's now going to be. It's now on autoplay in my head.
One conversation with the GS
when I get mad and I get pissed, shed less.
Clearly, equity issues can be had, and
equity issues can be had.
That go.
What else can be had
from affordable housing, which again, we all know
citizens,
unless there's local government financing in the project, and I haven't heard that to be the case with this particular.
This is why I'm not really worried about the future with all the kids having learned via Zoom.
My concern is that I would like to see a situation where we could see that happen in terms of some of the benefits in a communication that I got today that just came through. It said part of the conversation was about allowing Wi-Fi in the coffee shop available to people from the community, from the GES community. Well, that would be available to anybody that's utilizing that public space. So that's not really considered a benefit per se, but these are conversations that get down to the issues of what Blueprint Denver and
I just don't want to look at Joan Clark, so I'm going to put that up.
More recently about equity and inclusion, about how we need to move forward as a city. Because if we keep building all market rate housing because we haven't fixed Telluride, all we're doing is continuing to exacerbate the housing challenges that we have in this city.
You think?
And we need to find a way to get our developer partners.
You're taking the long way on this one, honey.
To roll up their sleeves and be part of the solution and not add to the challenges and the problems that we have with affordability, knowing that's not one of the issues that we're dealing with here tonight. You know, I'm torn
because it's their job to educate poor Mr. Hall, who didn't do his homework at the beginning of this. I think. What say you?
I'm going to.
Yeah, I think a lot of these council members just like
with the next one coming forward. I want to see more homework done, and I want to see us.
I feel like
take that
man they
with the changes that need to happen.
I think the situation might be different, but they like to explain the reason why they're not voting with community. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is how I get myself off of some people's shit lists.
We talk about in the city council.
But I don't know.
And we talk about how the city council can precedent and can
It's
set
true.
new standards.
And not getting paid. That corporate wage theft is
learning about land use.
It's real.
That's where most of the theft occurs. Where motherfuckers don't want to
I have never had a time where I think doing like it's come to somebody's attention that as rezoning has to fix in. So my concern is about setting precedent, and to my other colleagues is I have heard more about fixing
very well said, so
the lot lines and the boundaries than I have any other conversation.
That's okay. My dog ate mine.
Talk about the and welfare and the other adopted plans that are used in the presentation to bring forward this application. I didn't hear any of that in the presentation. I didn't ask
because
any
you were
questions
busy
about
doing
affordable
math.
housing. I asked about lot line and boundaries and the precedent that this would set for other developers.
She was asking about boundaries.
Come before our body to fix
I'm
instead of
fascinated by this.
understanding what their boundaries are and looking at them. So with that, I don't understand how this even meets the criteria of what we have set in front of us when we're talking about boundaries and lot lines.
I would love to have a conversation about boundaries. Aren't you doing that with her tomorrow?
It won't be I. but the conversation is happening though. Katie Leonard, Katie Leonard's gonna be representing our coalition.
And the values that the developer have with the registered or neighborhood organizations, and to
Because
be honest,
your
I've
head
never
might
seen
explode
that
like a
either.
bomb, as my son so eloquently explained earlier.
Because I don't understand it. I just think I don't understand it. I've never seen it, and I can't quite figure it out. So,
That was clear.
President.
That was clear. That was
Thank you,
clear.
Councilwoman.
Okay. So she's going to
President, were this to be a from scratch rezoning on a site that was asking, for entitlements from something much less dense to 8 and 16 stories, a lot of this discussion would have been much more to the point. But it seems to me that this rezoning application is more in the way of a correction of
Oh my
an error.
God, that ties really tight. Look at his
years ago,
face. I'm worried.
and an error that on balance,
Should we do a
from
safety
what I've
check?
heard, sounds more on the city's side of the ledger when we work with applicants.
Call it in, okay? Call it in. Somebody's.
The applicants don't just come in and plop some application down, and the staff says, "Okay, we'll run with this." They work together and they develop it, and they come up with
Maybe
something
we should hire
that they
Dr.
can
Anderson.
then bring to us as a coherent whole.
Come help her.
This sort of reminds me of the movie Animal House. After the road trip, when Otter says to Flounder, "You trusted us," and the owner probably feels like he's poor Flounder sitting there having trusted the process. So this is in a way of correcting an error that's mostly on our side of the ledger.
What?
And for that reason, I do believe that it does meet the criteria. It met the criteria 3 years ago, and for that reason, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Of course you are.
Councilman
I
Clark?
don't feel bad for her, Brian. I'm sorry. I can't.
Madam President,
She got to own her shit.
Reiterate.
Yeah, she did some. I laid it out for her nice, and
she got to own her shit.
She still wouldn't take it.
She could at least do that then.
My mouth right here. And
I was like, you can move fastest, and then no one can ever use it against you, because there'll be people like me who come out and say, hey, pick anything else, not this one.
Right.
Getting to this clerical fix in this spot is
yeah, I mean, old white boy movies. I mean, not even. This is like the beginning of the Animal House. Have you seen Animal House? No, there's a reason.
Correcting an error, and for those reasons, I will be supporting it tonight.
Of course you will.
Councilman Clark, I will go ahead and chime in.
He's my rep.
You know, I've had the.
Would you believe he's never returned any of my phone calls?
The entire time.
Or emails.
On slide
never returned any of my phone calls or emails until
So I have to do to him what I've done with every other person who's ever ghosted me, and that's like grab a bunch of bitches and get online and live stream the conversation. Why won't you talk to me, Joan Clark?
Ownership parcels. This is.
I will be heard.
And this should have been fixed internally within CPD. It's mind-boggling that we have spent this much time talking about.
I just don't know if it'd be the same experience for you. It's like I watched Tiger King,
but I think
and I was just like, I really need some trash right now, and I don't think I can handle the hills because it like actually kind of hurts my soul a little bit.
And there are
Tiger King did it back in the Tiger King phase of quarantine. But my Black employees had a very different reaction to it. They're just like, wow, there ain't no law white people can't break. Like, wow, oh God, whoa.
Everything was some shit.
Very different reaction. So I don't know that Animal House, if all of us would have the same reaction. Men and women, I think it's similar to the black and white reaction of Tiger King. I feel like men and women are going to see that movie very differently. Caddyshack, that was a classic.
On the wall. For
fuck that gopher.
Additional rezonings that are coming through, the bar is set much higher for what we want to see, and I know that we can't mandate the affordable housing fees.
I can't.
Why can't you mandate the affordable housing fee?
Benefit agreements and how you're working.
Why can't you?
The community and the neighbors.
Forced.
I know.
So I
in that position.
Mr. Hill.
It's a choice.
Turner heard that loud and clear tonight as well from the community, but then also from City Council. Madam Secretary, roll call.
It's true.
Let's see.
Like 100 years ago. For the communists in here, it was at Lenin. I said they're weeks past like decades, and some there are weeks where decades happen and decades where weeks happen.
Herndon?
Aye.
In the quarantine?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Abstain.
Sawyer?
No.
Torres?
No.
Black?
Aye.
Madam President.
Oh my God.
Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
1 abstention, 3 nays, 8 ayes.
Yo, my God.
Council Bill 708 has passed. On Monday, September 28th, Council will hold a required public hearing on Council Bill 813, changing the zoning classification for 55-65-101 South Colorado Boulevard, 51-97-101 Colorado Boulevard, and 98 Harrison Street in Cherry Creek, and a required public hearing on Council Bill 815, changing the zoning classification for 50 South Calama Street.
Your city council members, everybody, your fucking city council.
10 South Lapan Street and 101 South Santa Fe Drive in Baker.
There's no affordable housing.
Council Bills 813 or
It doesn't meet the criteria.
Council offices no later than
we couldn't afford that shit.
First, there being no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned.
Wow. Bye, Gentleman Clark.
Why is he
You the queen?
Oh my God.
Whoa, big
Everybody get it?
What is that?
Well, this has been fun.
So,
is
there anybody with you that might want to say anything? I don't know. Or is there anything you want to say? Let's have a chat.
Shit. I don't know if I have anything else. Pickleball. I learned some things tonight. I mean, some things were consistent. Clearly, our city council have zero. They have no fucking backbone. With the exception of Councilwoman Sedabaka. But I ain't got shit to say. Okay, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm annoyed. I'm pissed off. All the things. And but I'll be back here next week. Oh wait, actually, just so everybody does know, from my understanding, they're not having city council on Monday because of Labor Day weekend. So if everybody's aware of that, I'm not sure if it's taking place on Tuesday or not. I have to double check, but I will be sure to get back with everybody on that.
Well, then what are we gonna do for fun?
What are
double day?
You want to do some pickleball? Listen,
check out the decibel level.
You can go live from a pickleball court.
I mean, I figured out the software now. We can go live from absolutely anywhere.
Anywhere. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Everybody give us suggestions. Where would you like to see us go live next? Yeah, we should do a public input session on a pickleball court and talk about and try and see if we can communicate over the decibel level.
Right.
Is it like the opening scene in Jungle Fever type of loud? Or, I mean, how much can a neighborhood be asked to take realistically? I mean, because there's white people loud and then there's black church loud, as we learned in New York.
Yeah. I am. I'm stressed out.
Okay. I'm too.
So y'all be easy. Take care of each other. Continue to pay attention to the bullshit because it matters. And until next time. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I was like, she ain't gonna show. I was so glad you did. This ended up being a really terrific night. I do look forward to doing it again because if nothing else, like I just need to, it's like a collective. I need to know I'm not just the only one watching, but I'm the only one who's pissed. So
no, you are not alone. Sorry, I was just giving my love to Jordan. You are not alone. I exist in that pissed off space the majority of the time, especially after a Monday night. It's some bullshit. Yes, y'all. Have a good night. Get some rest.
Don't forget Wednesday. We got to do this again and protest. I mean, you need a break. We got to show up for and protest the DPD contract at the homelessness safety and the safety and housing meeting or lack of housing meeting, and that'll be at 10 or 10:30 on Wednesday. But I'll be streaming at 2. See you then. You got to show up.
All right, fam. Peace out. Mwah.
Peace out.